Hello, and we're back. Now, if you weren't here last time, well, we did a few missions. We did a convoy one, ambush convoy mission, which was successful, and then we decided to try this particular mission here: secure the assets against Novacats. Now, we actually succeeded at that with a lot of losses and a pilot missing in action. So we had to go and rescue that pilot, which again we succeeded at with some more losses. And the net result was we didn't have enough money to repair our mechs and meet the financial report. Pay our bills, basically. So, thanks to a little bit of wibbly wobbly, timely wimey nonsense, aka going back to the save I had for the start of last week, I've off camera run the ambush convoy mission again, and we're going to continue. This time avoiding the Novacats and hopefully doing a bit better. So, what we actually got from the ambush convoy was slightly different to last time, including the fact that Bullet Trap is injured, but we can live with that. Anyway, we are going to do this corporate secrets mission. It's only a 2 skull, which is basically the skull ratings are a guide to the difficulty. This can be modified effectively by the opponent. So, Word of Blake and Comstar are a bit harder than their difficulty rating would indicate, because they use 6 mech lances rather than the 4 mech lances of the Inner Sphere. If they were against pirate or smaller factions, you can be a bit. They can be a bit easier, not because the number of mechs are less, but because sometimes they have more primitive, less high tech equipment, which can obviously help you. And the clans are also harder because their mechs and vehicles tend to be very high tech. They use 5 mech stars instead of the 4 mech lances of the Inner Sphere, and also their Omni-mechs all have a chance of spawning with battle armor with them as well, a battle armor unit. So, not 5 mechs, you could be facing 5 mechs plus 2 battle armor as what the game considers a single enemy lance. So, clans are probably the hardest of what we've faced so far. So, we're going back to this 2-star one. A recovery in polar, so that should be good for energy weapons so we don't overheat. Against Word of Blake, so we'll go for lots of salvage because Word of Blake should be good salvage. Gives us 6 reputation. Reputation, at the moment we're at a different, and that is what you start with most groups. As you see, you get no bonus to job payouts and the store charges you 10% more. We're currently at 9, and this will give us another 6, which makes us pretty close to actually being able to bump up our reputation with Davian to the next level. And then we start to get a bit of a benefit. But anyway, let's accept this and go. So, what we're taking? Well, we've got Trigger in the Adder, Revolt in the Arctic Cheetah, Max in the Griffin, Striker in the Wolverine, Slapdash in the Cicada, Flatline in the Scorpion, and Capricorn and Grandpa in the Battle Armor. So, we will deploy and see what we get. And hopefully, don't get wiped out. Yeah, again, if you know the lore, the whole concept of this mission just wouldn't fly. The word of Blake would simply shoot the scientist if they rather than give her back to Davian. Anyway, let's see. So we've got what have we got down there? We've got a Firestarter Omni down here on the left. A Shadowhawk down there. We've at least got the slightly higher ground up here, except for that ferret. So, yeah, not the best of spawns, because we basically spawned on top of some of them. That's 3 of them, and they've got another vehicle over there, and some unknown stuff. TM. Right. Well, the ferret has 8 evasion, so we're unlikely to be able to shoot that. It also moves on initiative 7. That moves on 7. Oh, we got another vehicle. Well, we knew they'd. We'd only seen a few. That's just an APC firing LOM5, I'm guessing, and basically because we've just spawned in, we've got massive evasion, so it doesn't really affect us that much.
Alright, I'll sit here. I got plenty to do. Not like I'm running low on time or anything.
And they've got another vehicle. And again, they just shoot at us, but again, the evasion basically means they've wasted the shot. However, with the vehicles like these, they're able to get almost as good evasion by moving. So for them, it's not actually a bad thing for them to do that. Apart from the fact that obviously their shots aren't that effective at all. So let's just check. Yes, that is the LOM10 from the striker. That's what fired. I just wonder.
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
We can have some fun with the ferret. Basically, battle armor. They'll have either a battle claw, which is what lets them swarm onto other mechs, or magnetic clamps. Magnetic clamps just let your units grab hold of friendly mechs or vehicles to move. Battle claws, on the other hand, let them grab hold of any mech and start ripping bits off it and shooting their weapons at it, basically. And as you see here, Grandpa Tex is actually in range. But again, because that evasion, it's only I think evasion does apply. He's only got a 42% chance of doing it. So we're going to keep reserving. Yes, these two will be able to move, but I don't consider that a bad thing because we've still got our evasion, and they're continuing to just waste their time trying to do anything to this scorpion. Admittedly, it is actually the easiest target from their point of view because it's a bit lower down, because height gives you effectively a bit of protection. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and something, possibly turrets. Okay. Nope, here's another mech. Okay, so there are potentially 2 lances. Yes, Blake is support lance. Yeah, so I think this means there are 2 lances defending this place. The ferret's going to do the brave Sir Robin and bravely run away. Can't say I blame him. And the Firestarter Omni is not going to run away. Looks like he's going to come towards us. Got a lucky hit in with his AC-10, did a bit of damage to the Wolverine. But even then, because of reserving again, because of the spawn protection, he's got 20% DR. So even though they did hit, it took 20% less damage. And the Shadowhawk's going to move. And continue to try and do something to the Scorpion and fail. Okay, so don't want to leave myself in the situation where I move and enemies then suddenly get to act and shoot us from behind. Ooh, they've got an Orion. That's a heavy mech. But yeah, if I'd just gone when I did, if say I'd gone down for that Shadowhawk, I'd have risked exposing my back or possibly, or my flank to that Orion. Okay. Oof. And that was a lucky hit. That was a vehicle, so that's going to be some sort of PPC arm tank. But okay, so that is everything. So the Wolverine has damage to the arm. That's lucky actually, it's the arm. Because as you see, it doesn't actually have any weapons on it. Yes, it's going to cost money to fix and what have you, but it's not the end of the world. And we can do something to the Firestarter. And we run up and try and kick it. Got a 99.1% chance with kick. That's good. We'll take that, I think. Because pretty much guarantees we'll hit. Yep. He's going to lose his evasion. And it'll do a bit of damage to him. Okay.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
Let's move Grandpa up in his battle armor.
Scary.
So that potentially
Lining him up, knocking him down just like Bello Woods.
next turn, at the start of it, because he's at the bottom of this but he's going to act at the top of the next round, he'll be able to actually swarm him. And that will take the change the Firestarter from something that's dangerous to our battle armor because of the flamers and the small laser to something that is far less dangerous. So the Orion has got it's actually got some damage already, so it's AC-10 and SOM are out, so it's just a couple of medium lasers and the LRM. So I think what we probably want to do, Ultra AC-5 on the Shadowhawk. That's nasty, so what we want to do is sensor lock him. Drops his evasion and gives him a penalty to shoot back at us as well. Max in the Griffin. You can't kick anyone else other than this guy, or get some height, which will give him more protection. Let's see, is this? Oh, Shadowhawk is looking like a good target for him, or the Firestarter. I will go for the Shadowhawk. I want to give him something to think about. Okay, the Arctic Cheetah. This is our scouty mech. So this doesn't want to be getting into melee or anything. So what we want to do, if we can manage it, is get to somewhere that's going to be out of range of the... I don't think the fire starter will be able to run up and kick him, especially if he's got battle armor on him. But if I sit here and active probe, that will drop the evasion on the Shadowhawk again, so that should be down to 0. He's now have a -2 penalty. The Orion's going to have a penalty, and the Firestarter's going to have a penalty. So that's...
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
Now we take advantage of that. Get some height
I got the speed you need.
to increase our to hit and our defense effectively. And now, yeah, 99% chance to hit the Shadowhawk because we got rid of the defense as well. There we go, that's nice. We've just got the Scorpion and the Cicada. The Cicada can actually reach to kick this, so it show. Doesn't have any evasion to lose anymore, but it's more damage, and as you saw there, excellent. Ultra AC5 is his most dangerous weapon, and we have just taken it off the board. Move that to there. That works very well because he's got an engine that is an XL engine, so we're shooting from the same side that's already damaged. If we can take out that engine, yeah. Oh well. The problem was basically if I could have taken out the engine, then it would just kill that mech there, then and there. Yeah. They've fired God knows how much already at the Scorpion, and that's its first bit of damage. So yeah, now this Shadowhawk, it's one side at least is looking very battered. But as I previously mentioned, yeah, you see now it's got a lot less evasion, got far higher chance to swarm it. So we shall. We've successfully... So, what we've done there is we've swarmed him. We're now basically on the same location as the Firestarter. It can't shoot this turn now because we're on there. It can move and try and get us off, but that will be what it's done. If we can't shoot at this Firestarter though without risking hitting Grandpa. That's the one thing we need to be careful of. But I think that was a good start to this this round. Now let's jump there with the other battle armor, because these, if you look, they've just got the magnetic clamps, so they can't do the swarming. But they do have the mag shot rifle, which we can use to see if we get lucky hits. No. Oh well, 'twas worth a try, as they say. So, Scorpion. Could move up there to get visibility. So they got Phoenix Hawk. So Scorpion. I'm ultimately wanting to get round behind something like the Orion, but it's not something you can do in one go. But you can at least get in its flank and shoot it twice, which was reasonably successful again. Yep. More missiles. Minimal damage though, I will take that. So the Arctic Tutor. So just run past the Orion. So yeah, we've got the ferret there. Phoenix Hawk. Number of vehicles over that side, so I said we wanted to shoot the Orion, and we shall. In the back, so its damage evasion is irrelevant. It's a bigger heavy mech, the Orion, so I wasn't expecting to do anything major to it. It's just a case of slowly start whittling it down. And if you're using light mechs, well, you don't want to try and whittle through the front armour of a, what is it, a 75-ton heavy mech. So it's just off being an assault mech. So yeah, the front armour, 115, 110, you know, lots of armour on the front. On the back, it's about half that. So
Oh man.
that's why we're going for its rear. Right. Next up. The Shadowhawk is still in the fight. So let's see. Okay, so this will be hitting it on the other side. I'll take that. Because if you, I don't know if you saw there, again there was a both white and orange number came up with the first PPC shot, which basically means that again we've got through to its internal structure. Yeah. Where's the LOM? Oh, yeah. So there's a medium laser there, both of which a single hit with pretty much any weapon other than a single missile will take them out. The AC-5 is already taken out, and there's not that much left on the torso there, which is their final weapon. Cicada doesn't want to stay up close to this guy because, well, that would be silly ultimately. He's got no need to. If he were to kick him again, yes, he'd do more damage than by pulling back, which we've done, but he'd also have no evasion. He's a lighter mech. Excellent. So that's his right arm destroyed. That's 2 weapons taken off the board, even if we haven't actually killed anything. Oh, it can. Looks like they can fire their weapons now. It's changed, obviously, since the last time I used battle armor. But yeah, I think he had a penalty because the battle armor sat on top of him. So, Max or Striker? Max wants to go next, I think. See if we can take out the Shadowhawk. Because the Shadowhawk hasn't gone yet this turn. So, if we can, using missiles, we stand a good chance of getting hits in already damaged areas just because there are so many hits. Okay, so we've taken out the LOM. We've got 2 hits on the engine. So I believe that Shadowhawk just has a single medium laser left. Okay, so the Phoenix Hawk. I've got to be a bit careful with this Scorpion because he doesn't have that much hit points, but for the moment he is doing well. Wolverine wants to get a bit of height again for protection. He's destroyed. He's lost the engine. Oh, he's lost both. He's totally trashed. But the first shot killed the right torso. And then he also lost the leg and the... Okay, that is dangerous. Scorpion's got to run for cover next turn. And that's why, basically, he's taken internal damage. He's lost all the armour on one side. And that is something with a shotgun PPC. PPC shotgun. Which basically does... it in theory can do the same damage as an ERPPC, but it does it in a different way. Instead of as a single blast, it does a bunch of less damaging blasts. But it's good for a number of things. First of all, for sort of trying to get criticals on something, because effectively you're making more attack rolls. You know, you're more chances to hit if you're after a hit in a given location. Plus it means that rather than just an all or nothing, you've got a chance of doing something to an enemy.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
Right, so that laser carrier, that the thing is nasty. So that's what we want to. There Brutus C assault tank is also larger. Oh, it's AOE PPC. Not come across one of those before. Okay, so let's lock him up. Cool, they're going for the Arctic Cheetah. I mean, ultimately it's squishy, and I don't want them squishing it, but it's not the worst thing from our point of view.
All right, I'll sit here.
Okay,
I got
flat
plenty
line.
to do. Not like I'm running low on time or anything.
So, where can he go that's going to be safer? No, I say safer, not safe, because, well, he's squishy ultimately. Can't get out of line of sight of everyone, which means he's probably going to end up getting missiled a lot by them. I'm going to want to shoot the Orion rather than anything else, because the if I was to shoot at the Firestarter, I stand a chance of shooting my own battle armor that's still sat on him. So I'm going to reserve again with the battle armor, because I want them to act. I want the Firestarter to do whatever it's going to do before I decide what to do. That's good, because it's this side that is damaged. So with them shooting there, that at least means Chevalier light tanks. Right, so a lot of evasion, still in the woods, and I can continue to actually shoot the Orion in the back or something else. To be honest, the Orion is my best chance to hit, so I might as well. And because I'm shooting it in the back, I don't have to worry about the John of Wales. This Mech Warrior is set in the Battletech universe. But whereas Mech Warrior, you're basically piloting the mech yourself. You're controlling basically just at most a lance. This is a slightly higher level. It's more unit. You're controlling all the units, so it's not like you've got AI pilots for the other mechs in your lance. You're actually controlling all the mechs in your lance, and as you see, it's effectively turn-based in some respects. In that a mech will act, do something, then another mech will act, depending on the initiative, which is the tracker up here. That dictates sort of what order things go in. So it's not a case of always one person, then another person, then another person, then the first person, and so on. So, what is a good hit chance here? Phoenix Hawk or Orion? Yeah, Phoenix Hawk is what we want to shoot at. It's in the open. It's squishier than the Orion. And also there's a mod on top of this called Battletech Advanced 3062, which adds a lot of the later tech from Battletech. Also increases the number of units you're controlling up to a maximum of 16 units you can have of your own, plus potentially sort of mission specific units as well on top of that, and adds things like vehicles you control and battle army you can control. Right. So we've got the cicada. Let's give him a lot of evasion by running up there and give him a bit of slightly higher ground. See what he can actually shoot effectively. Can he? No, he hasn't got a good chance on that laser carrier. Ideally, I would have liked to have done some damage to that. Oh, they've got 2 assault tanks. They're heavy vehicles. It's got double pieces. Lots of enemy units to worry about. But those are at longer range. Let's see what we can do to the things down here. So we've got the Orion, we've got the Phoenix Hawk. Phoenix Hawk, I think, is going to be the easier target of the 2. These things are at such long range that yes, I've got a reasonable chance of hitting them, but we've done no damage to them so far. The Orion, yeah, we've got a bit of damage to the leg, most of the damage. So yeah, you see we've got no damage to most of the front. So if we were to shoot at him, we could only really do serious damage to this leg, because there's been a whole chunk of damage that we've done to the rear armour. So by comparison, the Phoenix Hawk, it's got weaker armour in the first place, and we've got taken a chunk out of the centre also as well. That's its leg. But we're just continuing to chew through armour. Ferret is continuing to run around like a blue-assed fly. And we've got Grandpa left. We're just going to reserve again, as I said.
Alright, I'll sit here. I got plenty to do. Not like I'm running low on time or anything.
Right, okay, so they managed to get the battle armour off, and the battle armour actually have taken damage doing that. Okay, so Max in the Griffin. Well, now they've done that, it does mean that we can shoot at the Firestarter Omni again.
God, why does everything hurt so much?
Cool, so he's taking a bit more damage. Again, we don't want to go charging into them because they outnumber us at the end of the day.
Oh man, we got this made.
So, especially given we've got higher ground than them, by sort of staying where we are and just sort of moving around on that higher ground, it's far better to let them come to us. Okay, Skater took a little bit of damage, but not that much really in the grand scheme of things.
Oh God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
The safest place for you guys is going to be
Running him up, knocking him down, just
back on the Firestarter. Okay,
Wow, he fell down like I do.
it's not that safe anymore because they could be shot, but at least we've taken out the Firestarter.
Oh man, they're on our flank. This is like Chosen Reservoir. Oh God, why does everything hurt? Oh no, the gun broke. Do I have to pay for it?
Okay, so basically, Gramps, we need to get him out of there. He's being battered.
Oh man.
Well, we don't have to get him out of there anymore because he's been gotten out of there. Has he survived though? We'll find out in a sec. Oh! And they got a lucky hit on the cicada. So, let's see. Where are we at? Grandpa is actually still alive. Reason we can tell that is if he was dead, well, it would say dead when we hovered over him now. So, our situation now, well, it's not that good. We got internal structure exposed on both the cicada and the Wolverine in terms of mechs, and the Scorpion in terms of vehicles. They've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 units left. So we've taken out 2 of them. Not the best. So, let's sensor lock the Hunter so that its LOMs are less accurate. I'll try and run the Scorpion up there somewhere.
made.
Continue shooting the Orion in the back. There we go, we got through its armour, giving him a crit. So he's going to be producing more heat. Admittedly, with damaged weapons and the fact that this is a polar biome, so heat sinks are naturally more effective, that's actually not going to
Is that smart?
help us that much, but it's not going to hurt, certainly. Right, so, dash over here. Phoenix Hawk 90%, that will do nicely. If we can hit there or there, it would be good.
Giving them the business.
Well, we expose structure on it anyway. Go for the Phoenix Hawk. Oh, good. So, because he's unsteady now, he can't run. Which is good because it's his go next. And I think unsteady also gave him a penalty to hit. Oh, he's no longer unsteady because he's acted and moved. But let's get to a bit higher ground again. Use precise strike. See if we can actually hit somewhere on this Phoenix Hawk that's lost armour.
It looks like the outboards commander took my bride.
And the answer is
Baby.
nope. But he's lost even more armour. So now we've got the Griffin. Now this actually should be really good for shooting at the Phoenix Hawk because it's got the LOM-20. Oh, he's been hit in the leg. So he's got engine damage as well. Yeah, he's that Phoenix Hawk is starting to run out of armour, shall we say. He's stressed, so he's easier for us to hit, and we've got an easier time hitting him. See, and that's why I've been staying back here. The Orion's got to come close to us. All the time we're sitting up high, and we've got an advantage to hit him, and he's got a penalty to hit us. Basically, we're playing to our strengths. Right. Battle armor just needs to bounce around, maximise its evasion, and what can we... I think the same as last time. Just penalise the hunter's LOMs, because, well, he's got a lot of them. It's that simple. And our Scorpion is basically, in some ways, just being a diversion. So that's the... No. Basically, I could have gotten a bit higher up that hill, but it would have left me on only 2 evasion and right next to that tank. And although it's only a light tank, that large laser it's got could do a lot of damage to something this squishy. So instead, I've jumped back down. Oh, he's lost his gyro now. So it didn't actually do much damage, but he's very unsteady now. He's already got the engine crit. The Scorpion wants to just keep on moving. I'm just going to move it to here, just because he's taken a lot of damage. I don't want to risk... Basically with vehicles, if they're destroyed, there's a chance that you recover them. But, to put it frankly, I don't want to take that chance if I can avoid it. If you saw on the last round, they were shooting at it quite a few times. Didn't do any real damage, but while they were shooting at that, they weren't shooting at anything else on mine. It's that simple. So, having another target can often be useful. Right, okay. Can we finish off this Phoenix Hawk? Well, he's lost a leg. And he's dejected. So, in answer to the question, yes, we can finish him off. And I think we're going to be switching to that hunter as our next target, unironically. Cicada range, so Ferret, virtually no chance to hit. Hunter, 43%, 69% on the Striker, 79% on the Brutus. I think the Striker's actually the more dangerous of the two at the moment. The Brutus, so as it gets closer, obviously will get more dangerous, but let's see if we can do some damage to the closer target. So... Ooh. Laser carrier, 70% chance. I want to use precise targeting on it to up that chance to 85. Because carriers are basically glass cannons. So they do an awful lot of damage, but they've got, relatively speaking, not much in the way of armor. So if we can go for one of those as our sort of primary target, then that's actually good. And ooh, you can as well. With a precise 75% chance. Let's just check everything else. Yeah, because these Brutuses, they may well have more weaponry, but they're also a lot chunkier. But 560 for the Hunter with the LOM. ABC, Ferret. Yeah. So you see, it's only got 380 armor total. So try and do some damage to that carrier. So both sides at the moment are dueling at sort of their maximum range, but we've got the slightly better pilots, so we're hitting more than they are. And, well, I'm not going to complain about that. Up over there. Jam something in range. If you can. Oh, yep, Hunter. Continue to jam that.
The Force commander took my bride.
Excellent.
Oh, baby.
Got through the armour on that carrier. So the Arctic Cheetah will continue to work on the rear of the Orion. That's 2 crits on the engine. So we're slowly but surely wearing it down. So basically it's lost its gyro and it's taken 2 critical hits to the engine. If you take 3, that means your engine is destroyed, even if everything else is intact.
Oh,
And if you do that without actually destroying any locations outright on a mech, then yes, that does mean
I got the speed you need.
you get basically an intact mech. Can we take that out? Yes. I will only fire one, just because the heat issues. Okay, so pilot is bleeding out, so he's got penalties to hit, etc. And we'll have a look in a sec. So yeah, so we almost took him out in one shot. So he's got collapsed lungs, 2 activations remaining. He's on. He's got 2-point penalty on his shots because he's badly injured. And he's sensor locked, so he's got a 4-point penalty to hit this turn. So I think that effectively means we can start concentrating on something else. And something else is going to be one of these two, probably. So where is our cicada going to run to? It's going to run to there for 7 points of evasion. Because, well, he'd be foolish not to. 79% on the striker, 63 on the hunter. There it is. Rubbish chance. We've already done some damage to the striker, so let's continue to work on that. All of us just piling our fire into this striker. Because there's no point of us splitting our fire too much. Because ultimately, that just means you end up with a load of enemies with damaged armour, but none of them actually killed. Whereas if you concentrate, yes, some of those enemies are going to have no damage to their armour at all. But one of them is going to be dead. Or 2 of them are going to be dead. Ooh. So that's one of the activations. You've got 1 activation remaining now on that carrier. Continue sensor locking the hunter because it puts out a bunch of missiles. Okay, so that's the laser carrier. Don't really want to bother shooting that. Or won't bother with the Orion. Basically, just trying to keep the Scorpion out of trouble. So it's just going to keep moving to slightly higher ground. Cheetah will keep running. Keep shooting. We'll use precise strike this time to up the hit chance.
We got this made.
Engine destroyed. So that is a 75-ton heavy mech, and all the damage I've done to it has been with a 30-ton light mech. And I've destroyed it. Yes, he's been distracted because he's been going for these. If it had been a 1-on-1 duel, obviously, yeah, it might have been a different outcome.
Oh, man.
But with the
You got me.
maneuverability of the
I got the speed
the Arctic
you
Cheetah, if it had the space, then it could well have just been exactly the same outcome. Just probably taken a bit longer. So Striker is what we've been going for. So we will continue to go for. I'll go for the front, because if I can just get through that, again,
this made.
it's destroyed.
Enemy down.
So we're slowly getting through them. It's taking time, but we're getting there. Cicada.
It looks like the Outforce commander took my bribe. Oh, baby.
On my way.
Now tanks, unlike mechs, don't lose all their evasion if you kick them. They just lose 2 points. So that's why it's still got 5 points of evasion.
That didn't hit.
But still, to compensate for that, melee attacks against vehicles have a damage bonus. So while I didn't strip all his evasion, I did do more damage than if I'd kicked a mech there. We'll go for this Brutus. Up our chance to hit.
Like the Outforce commander took my bribe. Oh, baby.
Yes, Commander.
It's going to be a long while whittling that one down.
No shooting. Just running.
But every bit counts.
We got this made.
And as long as we're dishing out far more damage to them than they're doing to us, then, well, in the long run we should win the battle. And that's the Laser carrier dealt with by virtue of the fact the guy punched out. So we've still got these two Brutus, the tanks and the Chevalier as well. So we've got 3 tanks to worry about. Plus a couple of lighter vehicles. Well, 3 lighter vehicles actually, because you've got the ferret as well. Even if the ferret has spent most of its time not actually doing that much, it still counts. And just because it's what we've been doing, we will continue to sensor lock that hunter. Slowly move around, try and get to high ground and see if there's something useful I can do with our Scorpion.
They're flanking.
To be honest, that was probably the worst thing he could do. The Cicada's still got all its rear armour. Because he hasn't moved that far at all, he's just sort of moved around slightly. He hasn't got that much evasion. Yeah, he's got 2 points of evasion. He had 5 before. Actually, no, 3 after being jammed, but still, we had more evasion. If he'd run back to say there, he'd have had more evasion and would have been able to use a lot more than just the flamer on him. We would have been able to use the LOM-20. And given that he's got damage to the arm, he could have actually done sort of some reasonable damage then, but he chose not to. So we'll just run up here and shoot back at him.
Waiting for orders.
Right, so over here we have the Arctic cheetah.
Moving fast.
Well, we've been doing some damage to this Brutus, so we might as well continue. It's not going to be much, but it all mounts up over time.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is
Though
this smart?
I suspect he will be able to do far more. Zip up to there. So 74% chance going for the hunter, or 99% chance going for the Brutus. And it's the AoE one with 2 large lasers. Yeah.
Time to light 'em up.
That's going to start getting through his armour sooner or later. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. So we're getting there with him.
Confirmed.
going to go for this just because he's got extra weapons that can actually make the attack. The medium laser and the SRM wouldn't have been able to hit the Brutus. Whereas I expect the Griffin is going to be going for the Brutus. 1757.9 or Brutus 99. Ah, missed. Main reason I went for that was just the actual large laser, and of course the large laser missed. But there you go. C'est la vie. Main reason I keep running the Arctic Cheetah up there is it forces them to make the choice, either face towards me over here and then present their rear arc to the Arctic Cheetah, or face towards the Arctic Cheetah and present either their rear or their flanks to all these guys here. As we get more units and in the right sort of terrain, we'll try and where possible sort of catch enemies in the crossfire between sort of two lances, but obviously that requires us to get a few more units on our side first before we can think about that, but it's a good long-term goal to have. Okay, so we can't actually fit through that. That's okay. Let's just move back then. Yeah, sometimes when it looks like you're not sure, is there a path through there or not? You just can't easily tell. Yeah. The Scorpion at the moment, though, does have one advantage, and that's because of its position. I don't believe now any of the enemy units can see it, but because of we've got vision of them, thanks primarily to the Arctic Cheetah up here, he can see all of them, so he would be able to fire without penalty, really. But yeah, he's. Yeah, and the next turn, jump up there, I think. But for the moment, brace.
Oh man, we got this made.
Oh, we've still got another 17 turns of fire, so he's not going to be running out of ammo, so just put a bit more damage into the only thing he can shoot at.
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
And try and work out where he's going to move.
I got the speed you need.
Right. I expect I'm going to be shot back, so I'm going to
Got this made.
up his initiative for next turn so we can get out of trouble. Cool, and he's destroyed that, so think they can still see most of our units up on that ridge, but that's at least, again, another one of their units down. Yeah, we've lost sight of these three. So that's the two Brutuses, something basically because the Arctic cheetah can't see them.
Standing by.
Although, looks like we're moving to here, we gain sight again. At least one of them. Ah, no, of that guy up there. 30%. Or you are far lower. I'll go for 30%. Wasn't really expected to hit, but no harm in trying. It's an energy weapon after all, so it's not like I'm using up limited ammo or anything like that.
Full speed. No target.
This, I'm only going to use the medium laser because, well,
We got this.
the other weapons do have limited ammo, so given it's such a low hit chance, I thought I ought to. This will be another one where 29. I've only got 4 more salvos left of the long-range missile, so unlike the Arctic cheetah, that's going to have to wait. Okay. That's the AoE PPC. So that's the Brutus we've been shooting. We can tell that because it's the one that's got the AoE PPC. Because all three of them, none of them actually hit by the PPC, but they all got the censored impaired debuff. Okay, so we know where the Brutus we'd been shooting at in general is, but we can't actually see it at the moment, so that makes Capricorn's action pretty straightforward. Lock up said Brutus so that everyone else can actually shoot it.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart? I'm on my way.
And then commence to shoot it.
Giving them the business.
Commander?
Continuing to put damage into that
Here we go.
tank. Get up here. 1, 2, 3. This is what for? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've taken out over half of them. Yeah, if we can get that, get a few hits in on that side, would be good. I suspect though. Oh no, we got some in. So we hit it 3 times, so it's down 22 points of armor left. We did about 5 hits on the rear, which were a bit wasted, but again we've got lots of salvos with that with the Arctic cheetah, so it's not anywhere near as much of a waste. And he is shooting into this really weak side. So basically you can hit there, there, there. So it's got sort of 3 possible locations he can hit.
We got this made.
And we did indeed break through the side. So he's taken some damage there. Yeah, so basically vehicles have got sides, front, rear and turret hit locations. You can only hit the rear hit location if you're in the actual rear arc. Also you can hit, if you're shooting it from behind, you can hit either side or the turret. If you're shooting it from the front, it's the front, either side or the turret. If you're shooting it from the side, I believe it's front, side or turret. You can't hit it in the rear. Effectively, like the rear, the side overlaps the rear. If you think of it that way, it might make it a bit more comprehensible. But that's the way it works. It's similar for battle mechs. They've just got more locations. Excellent. So that's another vehicle down. So they've got the APC, that's the invisible one we can see here. We know it's there, but we don't know exactly what it is. They got the Chevalier. They got the Ferret, and they got the other Brutus. So that's 4.
Receiving you. Affirmative. Target confirmed.
At least got a target to shoot at now because I've come down closer.
No luck.
Not that I was able to. And yes, it was deliberate there that I didn't
Acknowledged.
use the auto cannon or the SRMs again. It's just down to the hit chance, so 50% or 44%. Yeah, let's go for that.
It looks like the outpost commander took my bride. Oh, baby.
Ready for orders.
So
Engage the jump jet.
that is the next vehicle we want to go for primarily. It's the other Brutus assault tank. I could have chosen to shoot at him with precise targeting to knock back his initiative by 1, but I've not got a vehicle. You know, I've not got a unit. I've not got that many units to be able to take advantage of it. So we would have just knocked him down to 8. My Scorpion would have been able to go, which is at the other side of the map anyway. So wouldn't have been able to. Probably wouldn't have been able to shoot at him. So there's, there was nothing to be gained by knocking him back on the initiative there. Whereas instead, I've locked the other Brutus up, which hopefully means that the rest of the guys on the ridge should be able to shoot at it. Or they have it as an option to shoot at, shall we say.
Oh, man. You got me.
Yeah.
Moving out, Commander. Time to light 'em up.
Good to go.
of course, ERPPCs, planned versions anyway, which the adder is carrying, are higher damage than base PPCs, or in the sphere PPCs for that matter. So that, I think, is the ferret.
Good to go. Full speed.
It looks like the outforce commander took my bribe. Oh, baby.
Continue to
Waiting for orders.
work our way through the next Brutus.
Good to go.
Yeah. If you're wondering as well why there's there's such a low chance for us to hit the APC, it's not just its evasion; it's also because it's a smaller vehicle. Oh,
Commander.
it's one thing I hate about the
I'm receiving you.
way damage works in this. Is a case of you can have something that's far better protected, but standing near the target. The enemy shoots at the thing that they're stood near. They miss it. They hit you and do far more damage than if they just try to shoot at you directly. It's ironic, really. But there you go. I don't pretend to be the best user of battle armor. I do make mistakes with it.
Light damage.
Um,
Confirmed. Good to go.
they are more fragile than.
Oh, man. We got this made.
They are very fragile units, really. I think later stages of the game, they can actually be quite useful if you've got quite a few of them, especially if they've got the right skills. There's the other one you get with sense lock, target prediction, which basically gives everyone else, other than the person that's used it, +2 to hit. The thing is, if you've got like 3 battle armor units all with that, well, they can all be you can, because it has a 3-turn sort of cooldown after you use it, so you can't use it again for another 3 turns. So if you have 3 battle armor units with that, they can be just staying behind cover, not even visible to the enemy, not seeing the enemy at all, but just giving everyone on your side +2 to hit every single turn after the first turn or so, because they need to get a bit of resolve to be able to use it initially. But after that point, you can basically keep it up constantly, which is, yeah, obviously quite useful. Let's see. Let's just jump back here and go for the Brutus. So down to the Brutus, the Chevalier, and yeah, that side is looking good.
Wait, why
Well,
am I in
from
a
our
cockpit?
point of view anyway. From their point of view, it's not looking good at all because, well, it's almost blown through. That isn't good for them at all, but for us, well, that is sadly on the good side. So 25% or 99%. Survey says we're going for the 99%. This time I will go for the overheat,
Giving them the big
or the slight bit of overheat. Cool.
getting hot in here.
We've
So
gotten
I'm ready to
through
pop all my
that first bit of armour at least. So Max in the Griffin, you're the one we want. Because we want you to throw a whole bunch of missiles at him to increase the chances of hitting that side where he's unfortunately missing his armour. And in the end, none of the missiles needed to because the big laser hit there instead.
Target neutralized. Orders.
But yes, if you're wondering, incidentally, yes, Word of Blake are one of the tougher ones, just like Novacats were. But I've avoided the mistake we made with the first Novacat mission last time, which is we didn't charge in and get too close to them initially. We've kept our range, we've let them come to us. And as a result, yeah, we've got a few, well, certainly the battle armour especially, have taken damage. But the rest of the, we've been able to dish out a lot more than we've taken. Let's see.
Ready for orders.
So from that point of view, we've done okay, but we've still got this ferret to deal with, and the that Chevalier up the hill. And because it's trapped up a hill, obviously that means that it can't come down to us. So we've got no choice but to get closer. But ideally, what we want to do is sensor lock him so that everyone else can see him, but he can't see us, or can't see most of us that are just slowly creeping up on him. Right.
It looks like the outboards commander took my bride. Oh baby. Wait, why am I in a cockpit?
That's ideal.
Is this smart?
Now we've got ERPPCs on this adder, but they are only clan ERPPCs. I say only because, unlike the actual tabletop game, partly for just general balance reasons, clan weapons in general aren't quite as long ranged as the equivalent inner sphere weapon. So while the inner sphere ERPPCs.
Oh man, we got this made.
They don't do as much damage as the clan version. Have got longer range. Whereas on the tabletop, that's not the case. Of course, it does mean as well on the tabletop that there's not a debate about, oh, is this particular which weapon do I go for? It's straightforward. You go for the
It looks like the outboards
clan version of the weapon if you've got it available, and it's sort of you can afford it effectively. Because pretty much all of them are just outright superior. Anyway, let's. Oh, I've only got one salvo left of these. Yep. We'll go for that with just the laser because
It looks like the outboards commander took my bride.
I don't have the missiles to spare to do anything else. It's that simple.
Receiving you. Got it.
It looks like the outboards
Once again, I
commander
lose nothing
took my
by
bride.
shooting the medium laser. So might as well. And what's the next one? I don't have the range to lock him, so
I've got a sensor lock.
yeah. He's got the pilot ability that means that you can't be you don't lose your evasion when sensor locked, so it doesn't hurt us anything to try, but it ultimately hasn't had any effect beyond, I think, at least getting flatline a little bit of XP. Mustn't forget that.
On my way. Double time.
Forty points of damage. Won't complain about that. Every bit counts. Pull back revolt. Oh, got through his structure. He's lost a heatsink. That's good.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart? I got the speed you need. Time to give him that smooth jazz.
That's good. Start to do some damage to him. see. What's the chance if I use precise shot? It's 26% chance I'm making 2 shots. If I hit the front, I blow it up. Alternatively, I'll go for him instead.
Fight the outboards, Commander. Took my bribe. Oh, baby.
The reason I did that is I think that is something it's worthwhile Max going for with his last missile volley. It's up. There we go. That's so little hit points, he only needed a couple of those missiles to hit to kill it. But you know, he's out of LOMs, but as I say, I'm not too bothered. Because
Waiting for orders. Affirmative. Sensors locked on.
Standing by.
I think now, well, unless something spawns when we get in there, we should be getting there on this.
Right, Commander.
But we can still improve our odds by chucking some missiles at it to knock him back to initiative 6,
Got this made.
which will give the cicada the means the cicada's guaranteed to act before it does.
I got the speed you need.
Yeah. Let's go for that left side. Oops. That left side there.
Enough fight the outboards, Commander. Took my bribe. Oh, baby.
Ooh, structure exposed again. We're getting there. Of course, that's what Witchwell said. Oh, and that means I know exactly what the cicada's going to do. It's going to do a kick from here, which is going to be in the rear arc, guaranteed, and should guarantee the destruction of this. There we go.
Hostile eliminated.
So, our battle armor's taken a bit of a hit in this. We got well, we got minimal damage on a couple of other guys, but in general, we're not in too bad a shape.
Roger that.
Okay, we're out of combat now, so let's get in the thing. We'll get you up there for Overwatch. Basically, everyone's just.
Got it. Heading out.
Hopefully, this is just going to be a case of, yep, you've killed all the enemies, so you don't need to get to the evac zone. Mission over. There's a chance that something else could spawn, but I think if it was going to, it would have already. Yeah, it was cleared. Green light to land immediately. Success. So 100,000 sea bills. So good XP from Trigger there with the adder. He's got 3 kills. Reasonable with Revolt because they were doing all the sensor locking. Capricorn got very good XP because he was doing locking every single turn. Ironically, Grandpa didn't take a single injury despite his all his battle armor being taken out. So, what do we want? Well, I think looking at what is here, there's a few bits and pieces that goes, oh, that'd be nice, oh, that'd be nice. But there is an absolute no-brainer because we can get guaranteed a heavy mech. Get a part of the Firestarter Omni mech. As well, we get the AoE PPC. That is quite nice, actually. Streak SRMs, SRM2s, targeting computer. So yeah, not bad really. But that's yeah, that's definitely a better result than we had last week with the when we went up against the Nova Cats, I'd say. Yeah, we lost the Asterion though. I'm not too upset with that. The Asterion battle armor wasn't that effective, I don't think. Not in the way that I was using it anyway. Okay, so we've got to repair the Wolverine. We've got to repair the Cicada. We've got to go to the bay. Replace the 2. We've not got any Megshot gas rifles. We've got SMGs at least, so we can get those, and small lasers. Not ideal, but at least they've got weaponry. Okay. And we got a bit of XP out of that. So,
I'm receiving you.
Capricorn wants to continue up there. Flatline. Get some extra defense because, well, you were getting shot in your Scorpion. And get a bit better gunnery. Isn't going to hurt.
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
There we go. Get some of Grandpa's skills up. Max is in the Griffin. So that's 6th level of piloting is very good just because of the defense you get. Never mind any of the other benefits. Volt is in the Arctic Cheetah. So he just runs around lots. So he just wants to continue getting useful defense type stuff.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Yes, Commander.
Training complete.
Striker. Striker's in the Wolverine. So, well, basically everyone is getting that as soon as they can.
Mech warrior training complete.
Trigger.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
Heat efficiency. A bit more piloting. Okay. So that's the next one is defend base mission against Word of Blake. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is very quickly make a save of the game because I want to have a quick look at this Orion we've got to see if we can actually do anything with it at the moment. But I don't want to actually ready it normally and then have to go, oh, we can't afford to run it or whatever. So, well, if you ever see this, it's because we've been in to have a look at battle armor. All you need to do is go back out and then back in again and it should be okay. There you go. So, it's got a reasonable number of energy hard points. So we'd want to max out the armor. We can give it ferrofibrous armor, which straight away means we're only 1.5 tons over in weight now. Could give it a clan engine even. Of course, that's going to cost us a lot of money. And this was why I was wanting to do the save. Because what I'll actually do once the save's done is I'll quickly restart the game, because one of the problems you have with using Battletech for a long while, running it, sort of running the game for a long while, is you start to find the there's a memory leak basically with Unity, so you start to find it slow down on you, which is can be a bit of an issue, shall we say. So we could do yeah. It's not letting me take that out for some reason. Sometimes that happens, but we could swap in the clan streak, because streak is normally heavier than normal, but clan missile weapons are half the weight. So that would basically give us a streak capability without taking up any more weight. And then we could deal with the heatsink issue as well. Oh, we haven't got a heatsink kit, we just got the heatsinks. Yeah. Okay, so when we get a bit more gear, doing something like this and possibly upgrading the autocannon to something else, it's quite practical. But at the moment, we can't really afford to get it. But as you can see, yeah, sort of doing something like this, it would definitely beef up the Ryan. If we get some clan missile weapons in here as well, it would let us be a lot more effective. And you see there's oodles of spare slots still. So ideally what we want to do is double heat sinks kit, or clan double heat sink kit. LB10 maybe, instead of the AC10, LBX AC10, instead of the standard one. Because we've got clan ferrofibrous, it's effectively got case on this already, so the ammo is less of an issue. Swap the SOM4 for a clan streak. Swap the LOM for a clan LOM. Possibly 2 10s rather than the single 15. Or in fact, actually no, 2 15s would be ideal. 2 clan 15s would be ideal because they don't have minimum range. Then have less types of ammo to worry about. Move the ammo to the feet anyway. And if you could get something like Clan Guardian ECM or Clan Probe in there as well, or even C-Cubed Eye, this can be very good when you start getting it on quite a lot of units because it's not blocked by the ECM, and it means you can have long range units that can shoot as if they were right next to the target. You've got your scouty or your melee type mechs get a bit closer, and then your long range guys just sit back and just pound away at them. But anyway, I am going to do a quit to desktop and restart, just so that we don't have to worry about the memory leak, and then we will be back into the game and choosing our next mission. And I think our next one is going to be against Word of Blake again. Looking what was, from what I can remember, what was there. Maybe something else. Career. Load. Load. Yeah. Case is good. The big problem with case on you'll see it quite a lot on inner sphere mechs, and the problem you often find is they'll go and put case on an inner sphere mech with ammo in one of the side torsos and an inner sphere XL engine. What that means that yes, the case stops the explosion spreading to other locations on the mech, but that location is still destroyed, and because an inner sphere XL engine takes up 3 slots in each of the 2 side torsos, even though you've got case there, the mech is still out. It's still taken down because it's taken 3 crits to the engine by the torso being blown out. Now, if it was a clan mech, obviously it would be okay. Okay, so there'll be reciprocal invading forces along their windward borders. Now this is the appearance of the new custom faction that's been added in Battletech Advanced. So let's quickly have a look at the map. So we're there, and there's a travel contract to go there, and oh look, yeah. So you see all of these. Far Home is under attack by Sanctuary Alliance. So all of these. They're a bit far away for us to go and get involved with those. But all these purple dots, they're all evasions or attacks. So there's a couple of Federated Sun systems being attacked by the Taurian Concordat. There is one of the Taurian Concordat systems being attacked by Davian there, and there's one being attacked by Compellans. Now the way you see the numbers for those two forces, well basically when one side hits 0, the other side has 1. There's two things that they could be doing. They could be attacking, in which case if they win they take control. If the attackers win, they take control of that system. Or they could be raiding, and yeah, under attack by local. That's ironic. The planet Independence, that's controlled by the planetary government, is being attacked by the planetary government. In other words, they're having an internal civil war. Yeah, the other option, let's see if we can find one somewhere. No, that's another attack. The other thing that they could be doing is just raiding. That works in the same way, but the winner of the raid, they then gain a boost in all their other fights that are going on. So that's the difference between the two. When we, yeah, don't want to be going for that. It's slightly too high a rating for what we're doing, what we're at the moment. So we will get when we're a bit more experienced, we go for one of those, I think. Secure the assets. No, that's the Novacat one, and witness protection, Taurian Concordat. Okay. Escort. So it's a 3 skull one, but this is going to be 4 mech enemy lances. We could do with a bit more money, so let's up that money to there. We look at our reputation with the Federated Suns as well. We're currently at 16, so when we complete this one, if we get 8 reputation for it, it will take us to 24, and we'll actually be up to the next tier. So that's quite good. 15 points of salvage, but 600,000 cash. That should hopefully. Oh, we want to wait another day though to get the battle armor ready. Don't want to leave that behind really.
Job's done.
There we go. And that's all the messages for those fights we saw. So yeah, they hadn't actually started. So 36 days, so it starts. But these we're quite away from them, so we've not yet got a massively upgraded ship, so we can't get there that quickly. So we are going to go for the witness protection mission. And this restricted access, what that means is for missions with most factions except for the planetary government ones, for missions with most factions, the higher level ones, higher difficulty ones, you need to have a certain level of reputation with them. So we don't yet with Davian, that's why it's saying restricted access. Hopefully, if we succeed at this one, we'll be able to see what that mission is. So anyway, we're going to go for that. So 1 point into payment, max, 1 off the max into salvage. go. So we'll take Grandpa along. That destroy buildings tip. If you follow that religiously, it can be a bit of a problem with some missions because you've got a avoid collateral damage clause basically in your contract, which can actually pay very well in the with the right contracts. Actually, you can get 500,000 odd sea bills as that bonus for not destroying any, not having any buildings destroyed. Yep, there you go. You see, we've got a message about the carriers. So that laser carrier we fought in the last mission. That was definitely weaker in terms of armor. Okay. This is a case of the spawn not being that good at all. Because we spawned on the place we need to get to. So they've got a Talos. I think a Thunderbolt. Got 4 things total. Over here they've got a Cataphract. That's a bit nasty, and a Thunderbolt. Okay. And we're basically on here. So I think if we've got any units in here at the end of our turn, what's going to happen is the convoy will spawn. We don't want that to happen yet, because as soon as they spawn, also at the same time, more enemies are going to spawn. So what we need to do is make sure everyone gets out of here. Deal with these 4 mechs that basically ambushed us. Wipe them out, and then go back into that trigger point. Summon the convoy. Deal with the mech, whatever spawns with the summoning of the convoy, and get the convoy out. You see, there was another example of the collateral damage sort of thing. It's a case of 8 evasion. They just couldn't hit it at all, but the guy behind had no problem hitting, even though he's got the same degree of evasion. It's annoying. This is why I sometimes play with the collateral damage turned off. At that time, all the damage messages you saw were from the buildings around them. Anyway. Lots. Okay, so I believe there's no more enemies, but I'll just reserve down just to be sure. Okay. So, we've got Thunderbolt and Talos are in close. The Cataphract and the other Thunderbolt. So it's a 9S. He's got an anti-missile system, so I need to remember that. That's 70 tonner. That's 65 tonner, 65 tonner, and 70 tonner. So yeah, basically we've got 4 heavy mechs as our initial foes, bear in mind. So
Yes, Commander.
sleeping. What do you want?
He's going to want to get out there, but let's actually think about this. We've got the Wolverine that can go and kick the Thunderbolt. Cicada can go and kick the Talos. I think, yes. Check with that both of them can actually reach. Yeah, so he is going to go and kick him from there, which will strip his evasion.
Targeting for physical attack.
Never didn't have a lot of evasion to start with, but it does a bit. Then Cicada goes and kicks him, strip his evasion. Flatline will now drive out in the Scorpion and go, oh look, here's a heavy mech that's presented its rear to me and has no evasion left. And that 15% damage reduction, well, that's irrelevant because I'm shooting you from behind.
Oh man, you got me.
Likewise, Trigger will run up there and shoot the same one in the rear. Because that centre rear torso is looking squishy.
Oh man, we got this made.
Okay,
I hear ya.
so the Arctic Cheetah. Yep, that is slightly higher ground. So he wants to run out to say there. The Cataphract is quite a nasty one with that ERPPC and all the pulse weapons, because pulse weapons let you ignore a certain number of pips of evasion. And of course evasion is what we tend to use a lot. So
On my way. Double time.
let's continue pounding on the Talus.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want? Wee!
And
I'm gonna press all the buttons and you can't stop me.
oh, he's lost an actuator.
I broke him like my hip.
Okay, so now we've no longer got spawn protection, so that is a Thunderbolt we can no longer see because we've all gone this way. But that isn't
Ah,
bad.
God, I was sleeping. What do you want? Wee!
Excuse me, sorry about that.
Gotta hit him in the back just like one of them tiger tanks. I broke him like my hip.
Now, you might think that reference to Tiger tanks is a bit anachronistic, but actually, if I remember correctly, I may not do, of course, but there is actually a Tiger tank in Battletech lore. I may not be right, obviously, but I think there is. continue working this guy over. He's very close. If we can do a bit more impact damage to him. Could at least fall over, so even though there's that AMS we know on the Thunderbolt there, I am going to go for him with the missiles. Yeah, excellent.
Oh man, you got me.
So, with him down, next move is obvious. You will move on to the next mech and shoot it in the back as well.
It looks like the outforce commander took my bride.
It's the advantage of what we did with the reserving initially is we're now basically we've got 2 goes in a row because we were acting after them at the bottom of the last round, and because most of our mechs are lighter than they're all heavies, we're lighter ones, so we're going before them. He's lost his left torso and he's taken an injury as well. That's good. So one of them acting. That geothermal message means they walk through this area of terrain. And what that's going to do is going to up his heat. Yeah. If you look at him, he's over the line on the heat. And that's the nice thing actually, if you look at him quite closely, you'll see he's actually sort of glowing reddish. And if you get a mech, yeah, sort of really, really hot, it gets even hotter. Yeah, it looks even redder. So you actually get that visual indication of just how much heat a mech's generated. So best he can do is there for 3 evasion. And we want to be able to continue to shoot this Thunderbolt in the back because, well, who wouldn't? And he's down to the ERPPC, the 2 flamers and the anti-missile system. Okay. Okay, so that's the heatsink. He's unstable, so he can't run. He's stressed. All in all, he's not having a good day. The other Thunderbolt is starting to catch up. Oh, he was able to get into the rear arc. I hoped he wouldn't be, but there you go. That's life. So, if he shoots at him, he's shooting this side, which is, in terms of the armour, it's pretty much intact. I mean, yes, he's only got 15 internal structure left on that side, but he's still got 125 points of armour, so I'm unlikely to actually get through that. And I don't think I'll be able to do enough to knock him over. However, the cataphract over there, I might as well get started on trying to see what we can do, get some damage applied to him. And there's this guy. And he's chosen to do nothing. Right. So, let's reserve. Not because we're not wanting to do things, it's just...
Not like I'm running low on time or anything.
I'm wanting to see... There's certain mechs, like the Revolt in the Arctic Cheetah, he's going to be going for the Thunderbolt. See if I can just finish that off with missiles. So I don't want to have the other guys wasting their shots on the Thunderbolt when they could be doing something more useful. Boom, there we go. Engine destroyed. There's a centre torso destroyed on that, so I made the right choice there.
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
So 7 points of evasion by running over there. Yeah, it's going to take a bit more stability damage if he gets hit by stuff that does stability damage, but I will take that. We've done a reasonable amount of damage there. In fact, that left torso is looking weak, and it's where the engine is, and it is an XL engine. So that's ideal. And he's got a penalty to its attacks because we've just pounded a bunch of plasma in it into him. So let's see. Can I get a better angle on him? I think there, but that doesn't give us any real evasion. I'd far rather have the evasion with a worse angle than not have the evasion in the first place. Okay. Grandpa
God,
Tex.
stupid. What do you want? Running him up, knocking him down, just like Bellow Woods.
Just pump a little bit of damage into him. And Snapdash in the Cicada. Now, can't get close enough to kick him. So, can get to shoot him in the side, but that's the wrong side actually, thinking about it now. Yeah, that's the right side I'm shooting him in. But at least that's where his ERPPC is, so that isn't all bad. I'd have been better shooting him head on when I would have had a chance to hit him in that weak torso section. Well, he's moving. Not sure what his heat's like. It's still quite hot. That's good. Well, not for him, but it is for me. Now if I get somewhere like there, I'm shooting him on the side that the torso armour is already quite weak. And yes, I'm presenting myself to him, but I can live with that.
Oh man, we got this made.
Yeah, if you're wondering what was happening there, basically every mech has a sensor range, which is this blue circle. If you've got something like sensor lock ability, you can lock someone within that. But you may be that because they've also got a visual range, it may be that an enemy you're seeing them, you're only just able to pick up that there's something there, but not what that something actually is. And you can also get enhancements, or certain mechs have bonuses to various, let's use that, up our chances to hit. Okay, he's lost evasion. Yeah. there are things like you can get rangefinders, say, that increase your sight range, stuff like Beagle active probes and what have you. If you've got those fitted, even if you don't actually use them, they increase either your sensor or your sight range or both. And all of those can make it easier for you to spot enemies. If you go to the sort of the extreme, so you've got a mech that has a quirk, i.e., when you've piloted it for a certain length of time, normally 15 battles with the same pilot, give a bonus, and then you fit all the modules that increase it, you can get really quite silly scouting ranges and sighting ranges, such that you pretty much always are in combat because you've picked up the enemy as soon as you land, even if they're halfway across the map. Okay, so we managed to hit him in the head there. Didn't kill him, but we did some damage to him. Again, that's going to give him a penalty on his to hit rolls, so that's always good. Let's go for the height, because height is always good. Yep.
Oh man, you got me.
Now I've got to be careful here. Yep. Because see, if I go to there, you notice there's the little sort of triangle with the lines rising from it. That means I'll have run through here, and my heat sinks will basically only be half as effective, and I get some heat. I'll take heat, which, considering even in this sort of terrain, if I'm constantly firing both the PPCs on the mech, I overheat. That's a bad thing. But anyway, let's. Excellent. So we've done enough damage to him to knock him down. He resisted that injury, but we can't have everything.
Ready for orders.
We are now within kicking range, so kick him we shall.
Position confirmed. Engaging.
All in all, that was somewhat on the disappointing side, I have to admit. Be that as it may, let's bring up the Wolverine, see if we can finish him off perhaps. So we've got 56 there, we've got 16 there, so that's the one we will go for, because we already know it's got an XL engine. That's what we were looking for. Engine destroyed means mechs taken down. And because we've destroyed the engine by taking out the side torso rather than the centre torso, we got 3 parts of it. If you destroy a mech by taking out the centre torso, you'll only ever get 1 part as salvage. If you destroy a mech by destroying the engine but not destroying the centre torso, and so you haven't destroyed any other locations, obviously, you'll get 4 parts of salvage, because that's what we did with that Orion, remember, in the last battle. But you often find, especially with bigger damage weapons, it is very hard to destroy the centre torso. If you're using something like ERPVCs doing 70 odd points of damage every shot, you can imagine it's hard to get the 3 crits you need on a centre torso without actually destroying all of the internal structure of the said centre torso. But if you're using something like missiles or low damage weapons, you obviously stand a a far better chance of achieving it. So let's go over there. 6 points of evasion, always good, but you should be up just in range, so I can sense a lot more. It's got rid of their evasion, but more importantly it means that I'm not relying on people staying where they are to be able to shoot him.
I got the speed you need.
So, run over here. Don't need to do precise targeting on him, actually. Who's acting on 6? Yeah, so if I do precise targeting, we'll get to act before they will hopefully push him back. So yeah, it is worth doing a precise strike on him, because it will knock him back on the initiative, and because this guy's got the targeting computer. So there's SOM ammo there. There is just medium lasers there. Just looking if there's anywhere interesting to shoot. Machine gun ammo there. But yeah, I think I'll go for there. Because yeah, 6 of one, half does the other in terms of hit chances, pretty much. Okay, so because I did the precise strike with last turn, it knocked him back to initiative 6. We only had one pilot that could act on initiative 7, but they too can do a precise strike now, which will knock them back to initiative 5.
Oh man, we got this made.
Because they were on initiative 5 now, that means that both my remaining mechs get to go. Basically, if I hadn't done those 2 precise strikes, what would have happened is he would have still been on 7. When initiative point 7 started, there'd have been one of him and one of me, and because I was the last person to act, he would have got to go before even the cicada. Because those 2 precise strikes, it means that 3 of my mechs are now able to act before he goes. And at this stage, because we haven't got anything in the way of, or lots of things that affect your resolve gain, most people, if one of my mech warriors has a is able to do precise strike, generally all of them are early in the battle because they haven't used it yet.
Oh man, we got this made.
Excellent. So ultimately, those precise strikes, what that's meant we've been able to do is we've been able to make 3 attacks without them being able to react, and in turn, that means we've been able to take out that mech without it being able to do anything in return. So everyone is going to be doing a max movement. Wolverine can make it in there, which is what I was looking for. One person to make it in there to trigger it. Scorpion will run round to there, and the battle armor will jump to there. And then I'm just going to quickly nip away from the keyboard. I'll be back in a second. Right. Important to stay hydrated, but unfortunately that does mean occasionally it has consequences. Now, okay, so we've now got the convoy spawned, and so we've got a Slipnit LOM, burrow flatbed, cistern, and another burrow flatbed. Okay, and we've got some enemies spawned. Hunchback 5 ends, that's an AC-20 Hunchback, aka Nasty. Another Talus, this is an AC-10 LOM's SOM, an unknown vehicle. 1, 2, 3, only 3 things, so it's possible that those are the only things, and that's where it's got to get to. So, we have the usual issue of we don't want don't want to act too quickly, so that has moved to there. We still don't know what it is.
All right, I'll sit here. I got
Ah, there is a
plenty to
fourth.
do.
There it
Not
is.
like I'm running low on time or anything.
Cool. So, let's see, we've got Scorpion there, and that doesn't want to sit too close to that Hunchback. Because I'm sure he will try and shoot it. Now, sitting as close to it, but far higher ground behind it, now that is a different matter, especially as I've got a precise strike available. So I only got 60% chance of hitting each time, but each shot is 40 damage, and if it hits anywhere there, it's straight away going through to the internal structure.
It looks like the outboards commander took my bride.
Oh well.
Oh baby.
It didn't come off, but I think you'd agree it's probably a worthwhile gamble. Okay, so missiles at Cicada. That's, I believe, all of theirs. I'll quickly... Oh no, of course we've got the Hunchback still, yeah. Forgot about that. Yeah, see, he went for the Hunchback, for the Scorpion rather, but did very little damage to it because he was on the high ground. The thing that's nasty with it, if it stayed on the same level and where he was, there's a possibility that the Hunchback could have just come up and kicked him. And if he'd done that, it would have knocked off some of his evasion, which makes him easier to hit with the Hunchback's weapons that include the AC-20. And AC-20 is also known as a lot of damage, to put it frankly. Alright, let's see, if I go up to there... Don't have line of sight on any of them, but I don't need line of sight to be able to do this. So it's knocked a couple of points of evasion off each of them. It's given them a penalty on each attack. So, move in, we'll move to there. Maximum evasion. Probably won't bother shooting. Yeah. Low chance, won't bother. Revolt on the Arctic Cheetah. Is definitely going to be shooting because, well, his speed, the speed of that Arctic Cheetah means that it's practical for it to do this and run around behind and shoot them in the back, and we get to see what that is. Okay, it's a light thunderbolt carrier. That is quite nasty, so we want to be doing a lot to that, but at the moment we've got a good opportunity for a rear strike. We will precise strike because that should knock him back for next turn. So, structure's exposed somewhere on that. Let's have a quick look. Yep, 2 places. So that's good. It's got a load of ammo in that side. Doesn't have case, so Yeah, if we were lucky there, we could blow him up, or in the centre. Well, if we get quite a few missiles in there, we could do something to that. So. That unfortunately is just too low a chance.
Oh man, you got me. I got the speed.
Now this is the real dilemma. You can actually shoot at all four of them. So we can see what this is first of all. It's a Vulcan, so flamer, machine gun, and a bunch of medium lasers. You can shoot at the TBM carrier, 63% chance to hit, but it's not taking any damage. If we hit both in the same location, you could take it out. Or we could shoot at the rear of the Hunchback. Now a single hit in any location is almost enough to destroy either side torso.
Oh man.
So that's what we're going for. So now, as you see, yeah, he's almost lost that torso. If we take that torso out, even if it doesn't, the ammo doesn't explode, he also at the same time loses. That's the left torso rear. Yeah, the actual AC-20 is there, but all the ammo is there. So if you take that out, it takes away his main weapon and one of his secondary weapons in the medium laser in that arm.
Ah, God, I was
So,
sleeping. What do you
all in
want?
all, I'd say that was effective.
Whee!
The battle armor is just gonna not do much because Grandpa doesn't have much in the way of useful skills. And the rest of them, do they have anything in the way of useful stuff they can do? Well, I want to move them because if they just stay still, next turn they'll have 0 evasion. And no, there's no point in taking that shot. 6.9%. Pointless. We want to keep them together. We want to keep them having cover where we can. And basically what we're going to want to do is get all of them into the target zone. The destination, which is the blue hexagon up here, on the same turn, basically. And if we can manage that, it will mean that we'll just have to keep them alive for one turn before they get picked up. Right. Where can you go? I think a jump to there is best because then you can continue shooting at the Talos. Ammo explosion has blown up the mech, and that's probably just one part, yeah. Basically, without case, ammo explosion would destroy the location it's in, and then it will sort of propagate through the mech and possibly just pretty much blow it all up, which is what happened there. Right, so I want to go for 6 evasion.
I got the speed you
Get up
need.
there. See if we can finish off that guy.
Oh man, we got this made.
Oh, missed with one. Hit with the other. More structure exposed. So yeah, we're stripping off that rear armour, but he is still alive. So need to move the Scorpion. We don't want to leave that where it was because he is, as I said, still alive. Shooting him from this side, he has got basically all his armour still. Shooting that guy. He's still got all his armour and it's a low chance to hit, so he's just going to sit there. At the end of the day, we do pay for any ammo we use, so I don't really want to just be using it for the sake of it. I think, but I'm not certain, with the changes to convoys, if they're shooting ammo weapons, we pay for it as well. But I'm not certain. I've not sort of done the maths.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, can you get in the rear of? Yes, you can.
Roger that.
I'm okay with that because the Thunderbolt carrier has already moved, and the Vulcan has only got the medium lasers, so hopefully isn't going to be able to do much to him. Right, engine destroyed. That's going to be the centre torso, I think that was.
Target.
Follow-up shot took out the left torso. Okay, so the Vulcan. Okay, so it's gone for one of the convoy, that's fine. It's taken a little bit of damage, but it's not enough basically to be an issue.
What can I do for you?
The rest of you guys need to move up. You've only got a machine gun, but 46% is a good chance. And 3 shots is worthwhile at 46%. See, that's the difference, is you need to sort of choose when you shoot. And this guy's got 2 machine guns, so will almost certainly be firing at the same target. Only 29%, but 29% times 2 times 3. Yeah, we got a hit. And again, the reason why we're going for this, when we didn't go for the carrier earlier, is because we didn't go for the mech earlier, is because being a carrier, it's a lot squishier.
Here we go.
And with stuff like machine guns, you can always get that lucky hit because they're making multiple attacks. If you get that lucky hit on the head, it can, sort of injure the pilot and give them serious penalties. So if you're making a whole bunch of attacks because you've got you're using sort of 2 or 3 machine guns, well, that can be worthwhile. So there we go. We've knocked his initiative back a bit. Continue moving this guy up here. Oh, we've got a Wolverine up. You can only shoot at that. It's a low chance. He will do it. The reason being is to knock him back on the initiative. It's the only reason I bothered shooting. That's 17 damage. That's a bonus. But basically means that these guys can move before him.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, higher chance to hit with the other. Net result is none of them hit, but there you go, that's life. So, next.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
Now, Tex is going to fire this time. He's going to fire at them with a precise strike, not to increase his hit chance, but again to knock them back on the initiative.
It looks like the outboards commander took my bride.
As ever, every bit of damage matters to these guys. Now, they don't have line of sight on me anymore. So 39 or 46. 46 is higher than 39, so he'll shoot at the Vulcan. Reason why I didn't move there is so that he's got a it maximises his hit chance, and I believe, and yes, it's I don't know, it's a bit of a gamble, but there you go. That he is out of range. You know, they both of these guys are out of visual range of these two, so they won't be able to return the favour. And another precise strike on the Vulcan to knock him back on the initiative. That's the main reason for shooting, rather than any damage that I could potentially do.
Oh man, you got me.
Now I will do a 6 to there.
I got the speed you need.
Now this precise strike was for the opposite reason. I wanted to increase my chance of hitting
It looks like the Force Commander took my bride,
rather than
baby.
knocking back on the initiative, and that was quite effective. So yep, he's lost one torso, one arm, so he's lost a medium laser machine gun.
Standing by. Confirmed.
It looks like the Force Commander took my bride. Oh baby.
No joy.
Both of these guys got high evasion, and we weren't, until now, close enough to think about kicking them. But we can reserve down till just before they go and work out what we're going to do with everyone else. So you're going up there. So he's only really lost armour in the rear, although yeah, I think he might be the better option. 27, yeah. So we've got a slightly higher chance to hit him. We're going to use Battle Lord to increase our damage, and we're going to go for the Vulcan because effectively with that, well, yeah, it didn't get the hit on the centre torso, but done some damage. Right, Wolverine does need to move to be able to shoot. Well, he'll move up there. %. Ugh. I do not want to try a 15% chance to hit.
Good to go.
That's just not good enough. Okay. Not really expecting these guys to do much in the way of damage, so there's not much point me using their doing a precise strike with them if I don't need to actually get there. This is down, but this one has got a reasonable amount of firepower. So 40% chance of hitting.
Oh man, we got this made.
Got his structure exposed.
I hear ya.
These guys just have machine guns, so
Sprinting.
Should have actually done vigilance with the last one, but there you go.
We got this made.
A little bit of damage on a couple of vehicles, but nothing too serious. Shame we didn't manage to kill this, but luckily it had to move a decent distance to get there, so it had good evasion. Okay. Now,
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
okay, so
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want? Whee!
see if we can continue.
Running him up, knocking him
Excellent.
down just like Bello Woods. Wow, he fell down like I do.
So there's just that Vulcan left. So he's on 7. Okay. Who have we got before that can do something? Flatline. Yep, flatline. Yeah, that's ideal. He's got a precise strike available.
Oh man, we got this made. Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
So,
Time to give him that smooth jazz.
typical. I just need to get one hit with one of those, and I think it would have probably taken him out. And of course, I got no hits.
I hear ya. Receiving you.
Any of these got?
You, Commander.
You have got that, and you've got a machine gun. But actually, I don't want to move them yet. I want to see whether that system can get in there this turn. So I'm gonna have to do that. See where he goes. Okay, it does a little bit more damage, but not enough to worry. Now I can reserve down to 5. I can see whether this one can indeed make it in, which it can. Good. Now that I know that, everyone can work out how they are going to finish him off. I think this will be how I will finish off that one, because he's gone and presented his rear to me. Bang! There we go, that's that down. So now we want to get. Everyone still wants to do a max move for evasion this turn, so you can go that way. Mainly because it could be an issue with the Scorpion, but
What can I do for you?
when the new turn starts, I expect that bad guys will spawn somewhere, because that's normally what happens when you end with a convoy. When you get it to its destination, bad guys spawn so that you can try and so you've got you then got to try and keep all those convoy units alive until you've got all of them into the sort of all of them have been picked up by the dropship. But as we deliberately made sure that the cistern which is the last of the convoy units, can just make it in. I think it's in anyway. Either way, I'll be able to get in next turn, guaranteed, so let's find out. So I don't want to stop there, because actually if I stop there, the dropship's stopping there. And yeah. Okay, so the system isn't quite in.
Hold this position, Commander. The package will be on its way.
Okay, so what have they got? They have dropped a blackjack, a wasp, another blackjack, and an urban mech with an LB10. Oh, that'd be useful if we could get that. Binary laser blackjack. Yeah, both binary laser blackjacks. So effectively they're like two large lasers strapped together. That's what binary laser is.
Waiting for orders.
Oh man, we got this made.
What can I do for you? Got it. Max speed, no shooting.
This is quite annoying because of where they spawned, and they spawned basically to act this turn. So yeah, we see taking damage. I'm guessing that's a rocket launcher on that wasp.
Whoa! Easy on the armor, buddy. Yikes! That hit hard. Took a heavy hit there.
Yeah. See that? Binary laser, nasty.
Okay, that was bad.
Luckily that one missed, okay. So yeah, the cistern isn't quite in. So, right. The blackjacks are the nasty ones. They're the ones that can do the most damage. That wasp now, because it's fired off all its rockets, it's far less damage capability. Well, it is going on 9, so
What do you want?
first things first, let's see if we can knock back one of the blackjacks. This one's got the least evasion.
It looks like the Outforce commander took my bride. Oh baby.
The wasp. That might go boom. Yes. That's annoying. We were going to miss out on the bonus from all the units surviving. But not much really you could do with that sort of situation. Sometimes you get it so that they're not immediately able to fire. But in this case, they were immediately able to open fire and because they can't move once they're in the destination, they are something like sitting ducks. Right.
I hear ya.
So zap the other.
Oh man,
Oh,
We've got this made.
didn't mean to do that. I meant to do a sensor lock on him. Oh well. That is
Wait.
live.
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
So, Snapdash in the Cicada. Okay. So Cicada can kick this blackjack in the side. So it will lose its evasion. Take a bunch of damage. Right.
Good to go.
You can do nothing. So you are going to reserve. Or you're going to do nothing, whether you're going to move.
Why am I in a cockpit?
Basically that's flatbed is we don't want it to.
I got the
If it was to just brace, it would lose its 6 evasion. It's far better for it to just be reserving down to after all the bad guys have acted. And thus is able to, let's see, has it got an engine? What sort of engine is it? It's an XL engine. I want to go for there.
It looks like the outboards commander.
Right, that's one of them down at least. Yeah. See, by reserving, it's still got it still preserves its 6 evasion. And that will miss. Okay, that's the last they're shooting. So we're going to get 3 of them out.
Good to go. Copy that.
Now we've just got to deal with whatever's the biggest threat for us. Well, the Wasp can actually
Oh, baby.
run up and kick someone in the same way we do to enemy mechs. So actually trying to take him out might be useful. Getting the Wolverine up here, high ground, always good. Let's see. 33, 59 is probably going to be him. Yep, it's going to be him. We'll precise strike to up our chance to hit.
It looks like the outboards commander took my bride.
Okay,
Oh, baby.
so we need to take a bit of damage there.
Standing by.
You can do nothing. So you brace.
Waiting on you, Commander.
You can move, so that is definitely inside. I don't want to take a chance of it being ending up somewhere that's actually outside. And at the same time it means you can do a bit of damage to the Wasp, which is always good. Let's see if you can actually just... No, you can't even turn around when you're in there. So they're out at least. Now in theory we need to get to the evac zone. In practice, well, there's only 3 of them left. One of which is got, well, he's almost looking armless.
God, I was
Ba-dum-tsh.
sleeping. What do you
So
want?
we shall instead try to wipe them out. All of them. To misquote Flash Gordon. We're going to go for him because if we can. Now, if we could have taken out, done damage to the other arm, we could have taken out his primary, one of his 2 primary weapons. So that was a worthwhile thing to try. Okay, can I get anywhere that will give me? Oh no, it's jammed, so that's why you can't shoot. So So we want to rain missiles on the Blackjack to see if we can take out one of his primary weapons. Well, we've taken it out. We've taken out 2 weapons actually, by virtue of blowing the arm off. So that's worked. Wasp is shooting me in the rear, but I've got more armour than a standard cicada because I upped the armour on them deliberately.
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart? I got the speed you need.
So you are going to go up there, see if we can finish off the other Blackjack.
Time to light 'em up.
So yeah, hit on either of those should basically disarm him, literally.
It looks like the Outforce commander took my bride. Oh, baby.
Locked on for physical attack.
Good to go.
22, 59 or 86. But that's only shooting on the side. But stand a chance of getting through. Okay, let's go for that.
Scored a critical hit.
So I'm taking out a heat sink on that side. Yep.
What's up, boss?
You should be able to finish off this Blackjack now with a missile volley. Yeah, typical. You finish him off with a laser burst and the missile volley just sort of scattered the wreckage around a bit more. It's got 3 parts of it. Stand a chance of getting one of these Blackjacks actually as well.
Ah, God, I was sleeping.
Based on
What do you
the
want? Whee!
number of bits of salvage we'll have. So, you worthwhile target, 56. Yeah. So I think these have got weaponry. No, they haven't got any weaponry in there. Oh, you have there, yep. Worthwhile target. If I hit the arm.
Knocking 'em down just like Bello Woods.
Oh, I tried.
Enemy flanking.
Nope. Structures exposed. That'll be another day repair, but that's fine. I'll take that.
Good to go.
Still hasn't unjammed, so we'll just brace.
Roger that. Venting heat and stabilizing.
Urban Mech just sat there and shot at him. Right. We shall stop this wasp running around and shooting me in the back by blowing his leg off and blowing his whole mech up for that matter. Basically take the leg out, guaranteed that he wouldn't then have the movement to be able to run around behind me.
Oh, man. You got me. I'm on my way.
And ooh, we can get in the rear arc of the Urban Mech. This won't end well for the Urban Mech.
Man, we got this made.
Now we destroyed the LB-10. That won't be available in the loot, that's a shame, but there'll be some other interesting bits and bobs, I'm sure. That's all of them down.
Mission successful.
Another successful mission. So we're slowly getting there. So, almost 1 million sea bills. That's going to definitely improve our bank balance. So, reasonable amount. Missiles are useful, as you see, and so are just sheer amount of high amounts of damage. Cicada took a bit of damage, got a couple of kills, and even Grandpa got a kill. Congratulations, Grandpa. So, what do we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I think getting 3 blackjack parts is probably our best bet. Because we stand a reasonable chance of getting a complete mech out of it. So I say we stand a reasonable chance, but we didn't, but there you go. We got 3 cataphract parts, so Hunchback, Talos, Thunderbolt, Wasp, a binary laser. Standard binary laser I probably wouldn't bother with. If it's an improved one, it might be quite a useful weapon to have on something. We've got a heatsink. That's a shame. Would have liked to have gotten the blackjack. Not to actually use, but just to strip. Because it would give us an inner sphere XL engine, which is worth quite a bit of money. A inner sphere double heatsink kit, which can be quite useful. So yeah, shame we didn't get a 4th part of a blackjack, but there you go. Okay, so first of all, we need to get Yang repairing the Cicada, because once again it took a little bit of damage, but just imagine how much damage this would have taken, even if it was if it had even survived, if we hadn't maxed out its armor. So we've got defend base, and we've got security assets, which is the Novacat one. Okay. But what is our standing now with them? We are now liked. So we get 5% bonus on payouts, and we no longer got that effectively the 10% penalty on buying stuff from the store. So that's good. Anyone actually got enough to?
God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
Training complete.
Let's give him target prediction. Max. Max is doing the Griffin. I want to wait, really, because I want to get up. Actually, probably up that tree, but certainly up one of those 2 trees. So you get heat. No, you get health there. You get heat here. Cold shot's more likely, and that is indirect fire. And that is just straight air, so I'll save his skill points. Revolt is in the Arctic Cheetah, want to save for there. Slapdash is in the Cicada. Yeah, basically want to get that tree filled out with the Cicada. Striker is in the Wolverine, I believe. Yep. So he can move a little bit faster. Pull the trigger.
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart? Mech warrior training complete.
Right, so everyone is sorted there. We will advance time by a day to get the Cicada repaired.
That work order you submitted is complete.
I'm going to actually save this. Right. And let's try this defend base one. Well, actually, that all eyes on one mission has now become available. It's a solo duel. That could be fun. Okay, but first we've got this vanguard here. That's Word of Blake. Still trying to build up money, so let's go for that. We need to get up to 39, so yes, that'll be a while. Okay, no one was injured, so we can just deploy. So, oops. We need it before to activate it. We'd like to hire you to recon the facility to defend it until our forces can move in. We'll have a lance with you in half a day and a logistics team within 24 hours. Yeah, so this is going to be the standard sort of defend base one. So we're going to probably have a unit of engineers or whatever in vehicles that will need to get to a point. We won't be controlling these. These will be controlled by the AI. But when they do get there, that will give us turrets as well. So. Okay, so we've got hostiles over there. Ooh, one of our lances was hit and suffered. Hardware activation keys for the base turret. Okay. So, let's see what we've got. We've got... So it's an Orion. Penetrator. Ooh, that's quite a nice one. Lots of VR weapons and a catapult. Hostiles include a Wyvern. So medium. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not much more of the map for them to be in over there. So all buildings must survive, destroy the enemy vanguard, cover the friendly lance. So it's not vehicles this time. Okay, and what have we got? We've got LOM turret, binary laser cannon. Improved binary laser. Now those are actually slightly quite a bit better than the binary lasers that those blackjacks had. LOM and LOM. So lots of missile turrets. So yeah, so 15, 15 and 20. Yeah, so effectively you've got 100 LOM missiles that can be fired, and are probably going to be fired once the turrets are activated because they can go in direct. That is going to be quite useful. First, we want them to move. So we need to defend the base. If they stay out of range all the time, well, we win. Because there's just a holdout for reinforcements to the ultimate mission. So there's a Thorn with just a small laser. That's the advantage early on. Often the mechs have got damage as well. So if you're lucky on the damage, it can be make yours considerably more effective. Now, of course, there's a world of difference between sort of if it's weapons damaged, where you've got a 50-50 chance with that Thorn, it's either the small laser, which is no real loss, or it's the ERPPC, which is a massive loss. So it's interesting. So I wonder if that's all 6 of them now visible. Because of course, Word of Blake, 6 minutes at fire starter Omni. Yeah. These 4 mechs should be able to chew up these 6, really, given the relative weights. And a Scorpion, a quad mech. They're quite fast. Right, let's have a look at that Scorpion. What's he got? So yeah, he's got a again he's got this. So he's got an anti-missile system, MML. Mongoose has just got medium lasers. That's quite a nice Mongoose. 3 medium lasers. That's a good weapon. Good loadout. ERPPC. So you haven't. They've got an anti-missile system on the Scorpion, but not on anything else we have seen. That's good. Because if they had anti-missile systems on all of them, those 100 LRMs I mentioned earlier, all of a sudden a lot less useful. So these guys, it's going to take them a few turns to get to the base. So probably 2 more turns, so not this turn, next turn the turrets will come online. But because they're slow heavy mechs, it's also going to be the case I think that they'll be getting to the getting to the turrets after the turrets would have acted, so they may not act the turn that they get there, if that makes sense. Okay, so what was that mech we hadn't seen? It was a Stinger. Okay. So the Wyvern is the easy target, but I don't want to actually shoot at that. Let's instead sensor lock that Scorpion, because if we can start dishing out damage to that Scorpion, then hopefully that means we'll be able to take that AMS that the Scorpion is carrying off the field. So 75 or 85. No, let's get the Scorpion while it's relatively speaking easy target. So I only hit it once because we only saw one sensor impaired message. The other one I think just went just over it. But we've done a fair amount of damage there, and that's also where all his ammo is. So that's nice. Striker. As ever, it's the usual. Concentrate our firepower on one target, just whittle him down till he goes down. When he goes down, move on to the next one. There's nothing.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
It's not rocket science.
Whee!
Okay, hopefully next turn be able to do target prediction with Grandpa as well. So in the meantime, so can only hit with the LOMs. Okay, on that, on him. I'm going to actually go for the Stinger, because hopefully I'll get the hits, and he's far enough away from the Scorpion that, yeah, I was right. He was far enough away that the Scorpion wasn't able to actually do anything to stop those missiles going in. That's good. Structures exposed on the Scorpion. And that is on the excellent. So if you can blow that up, that's going to basically it'll take the weapon out if we can get that torso down, because it's ammo, but it's also its only remaining weapon. So that's what we want to make sure we do. And Cicada runs up. %, that's good. Now, we only got a hit. But we got a head hit. One action remaining. Basically, that scorpion is down. We don't want to shoot at it anymore now. Because...
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
No, you haven't quite got the resolve for that. How much is... So it's going to be next turn. We're going to get the resolve, the target prediction bonus. But yeah, we don't want to shoot at the scorpion, because we want the scorpion to actually act and then go, oh, I've bled out. So instead, I'm going to go for the wyvern up there. The maximum chance, not moving. I only got one hit, that's a shame. It'd be nice to get two, but there you go. So these guys seem to be going straight for the Orion and friends. I get the feeling though he may be stuck on terrain because he hasn't actually moved. Hopefully he'll be able to at least turn around. Because if you spawn on terrain and you can't move on that terrain, there's not a path off, you can find yourself stuck. Now, as a player, you can use the careful manoeuvring command or special ability, but that isn't an option that's open. I don't think I've ever seen it being used by the AI. Okay, so it's not worth doing a ping because it just gets one. I'm going to just zap you then with a sensor lock to reduce your PPC. I think similarly he may well be
Wait, why am I in a car?
stuck.
Is this smart? I'm on my way.
Careful manoeuvres actually used correctly can be quite useful. Yeah, if you've got something like a hovercraft that can't move through woods, but you've got a very small sort of, imagine like a wall, effectively like a barrier of woods. You can use careful manoeuvres to get through that, and it could be actually quicker than sort of having to go all the way round. But yeah, obviously you don't. You know, sort of that's not guaranteed, is it? Yeah. Okay. So that's one of them down. So we never did get to find out if he was stuck, but yeah, I suspect he was stuck because that was where he started, and all the rest have moved, but he hasn't. Yeah, that's one of those. Well, that's a shame, but nothing we could do to help you there, I'm afraid, mate. I think the cicada is going to do a ping here because it's just too good an option. I think I'm going to get all 6 of the Word of Blake mechs. So they're all sense locked. They've all got a penalty to hit. Ouch. Still managed to hit me, even with -2 penalty, I think there he'd have had, because he'd have had the he was sensor locked by the Arctic cheetah, I think, and he was just pinged as well for good measure. So
Locked on.
yeah, trying to do some damage to the guy with the BBC.
Good to go.
Yep, I bet he's stressed because he's realised that, oh yes, I'm about to pass out. Shame he hasn't ejected, because it means that basically next turn he will actually have the option of you know, so either the fire start or Omni. Where is that PPC? Is it on this side? See if it's out engine. Yeah, PPC. Yeah, okay. So we'll go for that because the PPC is on this side. So we get through the armour. We haven't. Well. But what I was trying there was seeing if I could get through the armour. Yeah, and next time they're going to be in there. Right.
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
So target prediction. Might as well see if you can hit the mongoose, because it's a mongoose. It doesn't have lots of armour. So it doesn't take much to get through said armour. Let's see if I can take out this stinger. Well, I've certainly ruined his day anyway, I think that's safe to say. Okay, so they've got 2 that act on 7. So Stinger is disarmed. He has no actual weapons left.
What can I do for you?
So let's give... Okay, I don't include that, but I don't include the Stinger, but I'll get everyone else, so another ping is worthwhile.
Oh man, you got me.
99% chance on the fire starter, and his ERPPC is facing me. We already know, so let's see if we can take. We can actually take him out fully, so that's good. That was a
Living that
good choice.
jazz.
So that is going to be the Wyvern, and all he has been able to do was turn. So yeah, I think he is pretty much stuck in place. So that's good. So slapdash in the cicada can now zip over here. Cool. That's another one down. So that's 2 mechs down. When the Scorpion goes, that'll be 3 mechs down. I think it's a Scorpion now. Cool, we went for the battle armor that basically took no damage and were covered by, I think that's the Scorpion pilot ejected. So, Max will now shoot at shooting at the Stinger isn't worth it because the Stinger is virtually dead. We're going to shoot at the Wyvern. We want to try and... Excellent, we've got structure exposed. Actuator destroyed. So it probably means it's either, well, it definitely means it's either leg or arm that the structure was exposed on. Let's have a quick look. Leg. Cool. Striker. Right. Striker, I want to do a precise strike on the Wyvern because I want Slapdash and the Cicada to be moving before the Wyvern does. Now there should be turrets online. Now these guys are free to move how they like. Excellent. Cool. ECM's taken out, so that's going to make them easier to hit as well.
I've got eyes on hostile
Okay.
reinforcements. They're heading your way.
So we've got hostiles inbound. Where are they? Is the question. Have we got sight of them anywhere? No, they're down there. Okay. So we have an Oscout, an ordinary fire starter, and another Stinger. Okay, so it's 3 mechs and 3 unknown mechs, but we're sort of orientated the right way.
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
So you can jump and see if we can do some more damage to that Stinger, because ultimately we want to actually destroy all of the initial mechs, even if we don't destroy all the rest, because again that's
Lining 'em up
one of
and
the
knocking 'em down
bonuses.
just like Bello Woods.
So we've got the Mongoose, we've got the Stinger. Okay, the Mongoose has walked, I think. Ah, he's done a ping. But now that that Vanguard has lost his... well, he's lost all his weapons. He, again, is basically worthless, but again, need to kill. Mongoose, just... Okay, so they've basically got... The Mongoose is the only one that's armed out of those initial vehicles, but we want to start generating some evasion at least.
Oh man, we got this made.
Right, Torso's taken out and he's injured, but he's still there. Damage Stinger. Oh good, he's gone back. That's good, so he's not giving... He's less likely to be giving vision to the rest of them. Ah. There's some more mechs off to the left, off this way then. No idea where or what, but we know that they're there because those missiles are coming into the rear of the Orion. So they're not coming from these guys. Ah, I saw it. There's a... Yep, there we go. I see him now. There is a mech up there as well. Okay.
Waiting for orders.
So... You need to get moving.
Moving fast.
Do you get... You don't get... You're not yet close enough to get vision on that. Don't want to bother sensor locking any of those, so we want to sensor lock. Actually, no, we don't even want to do the mongoose, because the mongoose is going to be kicked by the cicada, I think. Actually, no. Do the mongoose. And I will be back in a sec. So we have
Oh man.
trigger to go in the adder. So you could get line of sight. Oh, actually, one of them has moved. It's a fire starter. Okay. It's a standard fire starter, so that's not too bad. So we want to basically do what we can to
Moving out, Commander.
take out these guys first of all, I think. So if you go for the wyvern, cool.
Enemy down.
That was sent 2 hits to center torso basically. Standard urban mech, okay, that's fine. Oscout. Now, Oscouts can be nasty, or not necessarily nasty, but annoying, I think is probably more accurate way of putting it. Because if you get too close to them, you've got a penalty then to hit any enemies that you're shooting at. They're also quite fast, but that does mean if you're in the right position, you can use my favourite tactic of just running up and kicking the buggers. And then, because as their name suggests, they are scouts, they do not have a lot in the way of armour. Oh, don't believe it. What was that? 2 shots, and one of them actually did a Oh, and they got a pair of Oscouts, okay. So Battle Line wants to go that way just so they don't get pounded. Because, yeah, the AI definitely... Oh no, 3 Oscouts? Jeez. Okay, so we could well end up with an Oscout by the time we're done. Just because of the sheer number of them. Okay, so... Mongoose. From behind, kick. Let's take vigilance as well, just so that...
Looks like the outpost commander took my bribe. Oh, baby.
I'll get to act quicker next time. Yeah. Okay, so you would have been able to reach it. I wasn't sure. Excellent. So that is all the actual weapons from the Vanguard taken out. They do still have a mech. I suspect they may not much longer. Oh no, they just took an engine grit. Okay, so... Oh, sugar. Okay, I was actually wanting to be facing the Stinger, but there you go. Okay, so the Urban Mech 33%, 27, 15, 33% the Firestarter, 22, okay. Got 24 shots left, so let's go for... Well, one hit. That was worthwhile. That was from... Oh yeah, binding lasers up there. So let's see. Precise striking, so 27, 27, 52 on the Firestarter, 46 on the Stinger. 46 but an LOM20, so there's a good chance of doing some damage. How much armour do these guys have on their legs? 55 compared to the Stingers, 35. Okay. Let's go for the Stinger. Or the other Stinger, more accurately.
Oh, man. We got this made.
Okay, so they're going for that. That was the one I was wanting to actually go for. Because I was expecting I'd be able to kill it. And they're doing, depending on which one it was, either 2 LOM15s or 2 LOM20s. Which is obviously more firepower than I was going to be putting out. Okay, so 2 of them have got... Okay, so even though the penetrator's in the range of 2 Oscouts, he's only got +1 to hit, so that's good at least. It doesn't
Ah, God,
stack.
I was sleeping. What do you want?
Oh.
Wee.
Oh man, we got this made.
Location confirmed.
If I can hit the stinger. If I get a hit on him. Yep, I did. Okay, didn't get through the armour, but that stinger is definitely having a bad day. No doubt about that. Right. So they've got thorns. It's good because they're just. We actually had mechs rather than engineers in vehicles, which is what I've seen a lot of before. So what that means is they're considerably tougher, and they're more they're tougher. Well, the bad guys just keep shooting at them more often. 57%. I can't shoot the stat stinger. It's 26. So fire starter day continues to go from bad to worse as we continue to pound on him. Meanwhile, another fire starter comes down the hill. Oh. They're starting to go for the turrets. We've got 6 rounds we have to either hold out for, or I'm gonna have to go this way, I think, though. Oh, can't just ignore. That side of the base. Ooh, I get the feeling they may have taken out one of the LOM turrets from there already. Okay. So that is a case of us wanting to sensor lock that guy. Not so that we can hit him so much, but so that they can hit him.
Oh man, you got me. I got the speed you need.
Now, nice thing here, unlike Mech Warrior, if you run through a base you're trying to defend, you knock over the little buildings, but that doesn't actually count as, oh, you've destroyed a building that you should have been protecting, which is something at least. Okay, so we've got Thorn with an LRM5 and 2 medium lasers, another Thorn with an LRM5 and 2 medium lasers, and that fire starter we already know about. But we could shoot at a Thorn for 8% chance to hit because he's so high up. That's the main thing that's making the shot hard. Or we can shoot at any of this lot. 14, no, can't shoot that one. 29, 18, 38. 51% chance on the fire starter. Go for the torso location where the ammo is. Let's have a look, see what we managed. Yep, we managed to... Oh, one left.
Waiting for orders. Commander,
Okay, so low chance there. Really need to get... well, this is where C3 would be really useful, because if the Cicada had a C3 and the Griffin had a C3, or C3I more accurately, because I'm running around with ECM as well, I'd have far higher numbers for my to hits. Let's go for Battle Lord and see if we can take out the Stinger at least. We've got structure exposed, that's something. Heatsink destroyed, okay.
connection on that one.
He's unsettled at least, that's something I suppose. Okay, there's something up there bigger that's behind there that's got a big auto cannon.
Double time. Let's go.
We need to be getting up there so that we're 17, 12 and a little bit higher sets. Go for you.
Oh man, we got this made.
He's lost all his evasion, that's something at least. Yes, excellent. That's what I was wanting to happen. So because we had no evasion left, it meant the turret went for him. Okay, they're shooting at the base now. Yes, please continue to shoot at the catapult. You guys, excellent. There's a fire starter down. And hopefully remove some of the... probably not, because these guys are probably giving him vision anyway. So urban mech comes up. Now... Okay, so they tried a death from above. I'm guessing he missed. But that Oscar is now very vulnerable because basically their evasion is their main defence. But he's now lost a leg, I presume, and is prone. Oh no, I was guessing he did do some damage to him. Okay, so the penetrator's not really going to be able to do much because he's overheated. Oh, excellent. He's going to melee the stinger, which will probably kill it. Yep. So that's another one down. So they've got 10 mechs left, but one of them... Yeah, because I lost the stinger, they've lost the... Ooh, cool. So the Oscar's lost a leg, and his torso's screwed. Okay.
Ah, God,
Grandpa.
I was sleeping. What do you want?
Jump into cover.
Wee.
7 shots left. Go for the fire starter
Not
because
about knocking him down just like Bello Woods.
okay, they're probably going to take out that binary laser turret this turn, I expect. That might be the better shot. 86% on the downed Scott. Do a precise strike. Do 2 shots at that leg. Take out the leg. He's finished.
Oh man, we got this made.
Meantime, they keep going for the catapult. They're obsessed with that catapult. And to be honest, the longer they keep doing that, the less damage they're doing to the buildings of the base. So say as they do a bit of damage to one of the buildings in the base.
Waiting for orders. Pedal to the metal.
Let's get some height with the Arctic Cheetah, so we get a better idea of what's up here. So we have back here an urban mech with an AC-10. Okay. Thorn, 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 thorn. So that's a large laser. That's a that's a dangerous thorn.
It looks like the Outforce commander took my bride. Oh baby.
Got a lock.
He's got the bigger damage potential, so he's the one I will try and take out. Excellent, it is still up.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart? I got the speed you need. Time to light 'em up.
There we go. Oh, excellent, he's lost
Ooh,
his big
that
weapon.
went in like butter.
That's good.
Looks like the outforce commander took my bride. Oh, baby.
Scored a critical hit.
Haven't taken him out, but okay. So he gets up now, but he can't move that far at all. Shame we didn't actually. Oh, this could be bad for him. No. Basically, whenever you jump, if you've got damage, like you're missing a leg, you've got a chance of falling over, which is not unreasonable. Okay, so fast start 27%, 27% on you. But if we do hit there, that will take out your autocannon. If we hit there, that will just take out the machine gun and whatever's in the arm, which is a flame. It's reasonable, but let's see if we can take out the Irby. Yeah. That's the ammo for the autocannon, so yeah. Basically, a single hit on the fire starter would take out its torso, but a small chance of getting the ammo explosion. Whereas, I went for the Irby because it's got a lot more structure there. So if we did get hits, we stand a chance of getting the ammo explosion, which would have obviously finished it off. Right. So we need to get some of these guys up here. So 30% on you, 24% on you. Let's see if we can finish one off. No. Mind you, I suppose we've got the turrets as well. They might. Certainly he's going to knock his evasion off anyway, this. This is now unsteady at least. Which means the next salvo... Oh no, it's going for the other one. So he's lost half, roughly, of his weapons. That's something. Urban Mech's taking some more damage, but it's just armor damage, really. It didn't actually do anything. And okay, that should kill this Oscout. Did a punch, not a kick.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want? We.
So give everyone on my everyone of my forces at least. So it's not going to be our allies. I think it's just my forces. +2 to hit. That's going to be worthwhile. Damage storm. Cool. That's good because he's not gone for the base. Right.
Good to go.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus. Okay, so that's all of theirs accounted for. Can I get into the rear arc of any of these guys? Yes. So let's do it. So let's see. I've got really high chance of hitting him. Okay. With everything. That is probably going to be what I'll go for. Not the urban mech, the thorn, it's not a rear shot. The other thorn, it's not a rear shot. That thorn, it is a rear shot, but it's only got a small laser left. So it's going to be this thorn that I shoot. Especially as he hasn't actually acted yet. Okay. Didn't take him out, but he's unsettled at least, which is going to give him a penalty to hit on things. So... and he's come downhill, so he's going to be easier to hit as well because of that. Right, there's 2 of their 9s gone. They can. So there's that one, 3 evasion. That one's already gone. That one was 3 evasion. Those are all 8s. Okay. Basically, you can shoot at anyone. So 39. Oh, he can't shoot at that one. That's the only one he can't shoot at. 24. So 39% chance on that thorn. What about shooting this way? 71% chance on the Irby. That is considerably higher. 46 and 86. There's another Irby there. Okay. I think, let's see if we can take out that Irby. The answer is we can't even hit him, never mind take him out. That's... they're doing little bits of damage, but because these are such big mechs and they're only LOM5s, basically they're trying to do the same thing I did to the Iran in the last battle. The problem they've got is I was using 2 of them and they're not, and I was concentrating on one target. They're splitting their damage between the 2 of them. There's not as many of them. Okay, so undamaged Oscar or undamaged Oscort. This is going to leave me higher up. So that is a better one to go for with a kick.
Putting my weight into it.
I should have checked to see if either one were gone. Oh well. Damage Oscott is jumping. And falls over. That's what might have been better if it had happened previously, but... and... bleeding out. Lost an arm. 1 activation of remaining. Okay, good. He's nearly down.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
So the Irby is up there. Okay.
I got the speed you need.
So let's see. 64% chance.
It looks like the outboards, Commander. With my bride,
Go. That's another one down.
baby. We gave him that smooth jazz.
sure what benefit the sensor lock would really give, but there you go. On the other hand, a kick to you. Actually, do vigilance first so that I get.
Like the Air Force commander took my bride. Oh, baby.
Yep, it's only got the small laser, but if we can take one out, we take one out.
Target's taken a critical hit.
That's another one down. Cool. Ugh. We're suffering from stupid pilot syndrome there, really. But there you go. So, fire starter. Okay, so he's running around to shoot at me. Okay. Didn't do much at all because, well, he's lost half his weapons and
Systems holding.
he's and the scout pulls back. They do like shooting at battle armor, so it's definitely worthwhile keeping them in cover if they're exposed like that. Ammo explosion from the airborne, that's good, that's that down. So we've got three scouts, yeah, 3 scouts and a fire starter there, and 2 thorns and an urban mech on the other one. Oh, and that might be yep, okay, so that's another scout down. Three turns left. Okay.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
Actually, fire starter doesn't actually have anything that you can shoot, you see, so let's wait on Tex. The Thorns are probably going to turning to try and do stuff to us, but this time I've got the high ground, so no, 52 possibly. Where did I go? I lost my. Ah, there we go. Alright. So 71% on the fire starter. Probably the fire starter, I think. Yep. Go for the fire starter. Oh. Out of ammo. Keep reserving Tex.
All right, I'll sit here. I got plenty to do. Not like I'm running low on time or anything.
So 1, 2, 3 around here that I need to deal with.
I hear ya.
Okay, so the best I can do is 5 evasion anyway, so I might as well walk to there. So it increases my hit chance. Urban mech, max hit chance anyway. Vigilance to increase my
Got this made.
initiative for next time.
And there's more where that came from.
Okay, so it's that urban mech now. Okay, it's just a bit of damage to that, but the LOM turret is still in the game.
Wait, why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart?
So I need to go to there if I want to get behind him. Or to there if I want to get behind the Irby, which probably the Irby's the better one to get behind. It's got better damage potential. I'm going to take him out,
Oh man, we got this made.
which I have done.
Enemy down.
So there's just 2 thorns left on this side. 2 Oscouts and a fire starter on the other. That's actually a smart move on the fire starter's part, because the that penetrate does a lot of heat. Although having said that, it looks to be okay heat-wise. Okay, there's a shot at the other LOM turret. That's a bit of a waste. Okay, so let's see what I can do. What's the chances of hitting there? Low, high, but do that. Oh, evasion unchanged on both of them. Jeez, that's not on. Okay, so can you? You can't actually get a kick, but you can move up to a higher ground and shoot from there.
Ah, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
No, I still want to reserve on techs. Max. Low chance on that. No chance on that. Crap chance on that. Decent chance on him. So let's see if we can finish off that damn fire starter. Twisted fire starter. Use Battle Lord to up my damage and my hit chance. Okay, lasers missed. 80% and missed. It's typical, isn't it? Oh. Ultimately, didn't really do much at all to it, did it? However, that is going to ruin his day, but he's still got medium lasers left. Okay. Wait on text again. Okay, other missiles should finish this guy off at least. Yep, okay. So all we've got is a single thorn on this side, and we've got 2 Oscars and a fire starter still on t'other. Okay, yeah. The catapult and the There you go. More damage to the fire starter. That's going to ruin his day. Yep, okay, so that's the fire starter down. Just the 2 Oscots and the Thorn left. That's the advantage of Ace Pilot.
Ah, God, I wish
Basically, it lets you move after you've shot. You can't do a move, so if you want to sprint, you've got to do it before you shoot. You can just do a normal move, but you can do it.
lining 'em up, knocking 'em down.
And of course, that means you don't get a penalty. Normally, if you move, or if you sprint, or jump, or whatever, you get a penalty on your to hit because of your movement. But it only counts movement in that turn.
Ah, God,
And what
I
that
wish-
means is,
What do you want?
if you move and shoot,
Alright, I'll see
it's
you.
harder for you to hit than if you shoot, then move.
Not like I'm running low on time or anything.
Okay, they're doing a little bit more damage to that building, but that building should be able to last. Okay, so next up we've got in the... See if you can finish off this Thorn by shooting it in the back. Because that is what we tend to do if we're given the opportunity. Because, okay. Fortunately, although it is a critical hit, I don't think taking out a single heatsink is going to have that much effect on them. Bring the Scorpion down because it didn't have any targets to shoot at. And it's out of ammo. And reserve again with Tex. So there are 2 Oscars going. That one is just running. That ping actually is, well, I suppose it's not bad, but doesn't really help them too much because there's only one other. All it's going to do is basically make it harder to hit them. Yeah, it definitely doesn't help. It hasn't majorly helped them because all they actually did was shoot
Oh man, you got me.
at the turret that didn't have any evasion in the first place. Ironically, so 44% chance. What can I get that up to? 70% chance. Okay. Go for the leg of the Oscott. 70% chance to hit him. 2 shots.
Took my bride. Oh baby,
Destroyed the leg. That's good.
that was.
And he is bleeding out. Cool.
Ready for orders. Acknowledged.
Okay. High hit chance. Do they have an XL engine? They've got an engine in there and it is an XL, so I'll go for that torso. Because as soon as that torso is destroyed, the engine's destroyed, the mech is out of action. So 1 Oscar, 1 Thorn left.
Alright, I'll sit here. I got plenty
Thorn
to
is
do. Not
jammed.
like I'm running
Or
low on
sensor
time
locked
or
rather.
anything.
Good to go.
Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Can get in position to shoot the Oscar, but you can also shoot the Thorn in the rear, because that's where all the damage I've done to it has been. I think that is the better shot, and I will use Precise Strike up the chance to hit with that AC.
Oh man, we got this made.
There's another engine out, so that's another mech down, and they're just left with the Oscar. I'm going to wait with Max till after the
Not like I'm running low on time or
Davian mechs have gone, because I want to see if they can do enough to knock that evasion off. It's possible that they'll go into melee with him, for example, which would obviously well, that one didn't. But that was a death from above. He's lost his evasion. Admittedly, so as the penetrator pilot lost his evasion, but that was what I was after. So I definitely made the right choice there to wait. So I now move to the higher ground. He's no longer got evasion. I can choose where to shoot. I shoot. The Oscar has, I already know from last time, the XL engine. So if we can hit that, now we've just got an engine crit. Fair enough. And Tex
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want?
can jump to there because they're already down. They've already acted this turn rather. Let's see if we can knock them back one initiative for next turn. And also see
It looks like the
if we
outpost, Commander.
can hit that. We've taken out the Beagle probe. Okay.
I broke him like my hell.
Okay.
Oh, God, I was sleeping. What do you want? We.
Continue pressing on him. Continue going for the same location. Basically, we're just going to keep on pounding on him as long as we can. Can't actually do anything with the Scorpion because he's got no ammo. The fact that the autocannon was jammed was irrelevant. Okay,
I'm on my way.
this should finish him off.
Giving them the business.
And there we go.
We gave him that smooth jazz.
Mission successful.
Right. Just wait for that to load up and then we see what we got. Oh. Actually did quite well there, because we've upped our rep with a number of people because we were destroying Word of Blake. We've got a decent amount of payout because we did 2 hidden objectives. So 800,000 sea bills. Now that also was a good example of why I'm wanting to increase the number of mechs we've got. Because if you think about it, we had what, 7 units there. We actually faced 18 enemy mechs. Because there's initial 6 and then there's 2 additional 6 mech lances. But let us have a look at what options we have here. It's a good scout mech, the Oscout. Lots of thorn parts, urban mech, wyvern part. Okay, lots of bits here. So, long term, getting these would be good, but at the moment, we've not got big enough mechs to justify putting them on there. Firestarter Omni-Mech, on the other hand, is good. Omni-Mechs, if nothing else, are good money. I think we're definitely going to have a Comstar variant Oscout we're going to be able to build, though, almost certainly after this. So, we're going to be able to build a Firestarter. No, we didn't actually get any of the Oscout bits. That's surprising. We've got an XL engine, some heat sinks, mask, case. That's reasonably good. So, old school Firestarter. So we're slowly building up our balance, bank balance. But I think now the only mission left is the one that went pear-shaped last time, so we're not going to be doing that. There's a couple of missions we can do travelling elsewhere, but those are 3.5 skull missions. I think that's a bit much for us until we can properly increase our number of units. I could, in theory, afford to get that Orion online the way we were thinking of, but I think I'm going to wait till I'm up to about 5 million or more sea bills, mainly because it's going to take time to do that work. So the financial report's going to be due, so straight away we're going to lose 400,000. We also need to get another pilot or 2 if we can. But our faction standing, hopefully 1 or 2 more missions and we'll be up to the next tier of standing with Davian. Let's have a look at what is nearby. Where can we go? See, we started there, we've gone to there and then to here. And you can see there's lots of interesting stuff happening down there. So that's too hard. 15 days. I'd like to go there. Trouble is, in 15 days the fighting starts. So that means there's going to have been 9 days of fighting. And basically, the way it works is every 3 days or so there's a battle. And that you can take part in, and you can basically gain some points, or rather knock some points off the enemy for it. The trouble is what I could see happening is the Federated Suns not having enough left. So even though we might win all of our battles, overall there's too much Toy and Concordat. If we were closer, we might well be able to do something there. So let's see what, let's zoom in a bit closer. What to try and find, because we're currently on a 2-skull world. Half a skull is too little, 1 skull is too little, 4 skulls is too much. This is being raided by Lao, and it's also too hard. 3 skull. Half a skull. 3 skull. $29 there. Try to see what the world is in between those two, but I can't click on it. Oh well. 1 skull, 4 skull, skull. 1/2. Trying to find, ideally, I'd like to find a 2.5 skull world nearby. Because, there we go, 2.5 skulls, colonized vacuum, moon, pirate presence, 24 days away. Okay, that's where we want to go. I won't actually start travelling just yet, just because I want to quickly go to the mech bay, have a look to see if there's anything we want to do to our mechs, because basically you've got 24 days to get there. That's 24 days where we can be upgrading our mechs without effectively losing any time. So Wolverine is, what could we do if anything to that? We've got 1 lot of clan parafibrous, but really I think that wants to go onto the we got 1 clan XL engines. Okay, so those are reserved really for the Orion. Ordinary ferrofibrous though, we could in theory put on the Wolverine. Oops, sorry, put it on the armor slot. Gives us 1.5 tons of extra stuff we can do. However, all we could do really is add more missile weapons. And we've not, oh yeah, basically we'd be able to add like an SOM 2. It's rarely getting into range, so that wouldn't really do much. Could we change the, we haven't got a better autocannon to replace that with, so very little we could do there. As I said, CQ-die is good, we've only got 1 of them at the moment, so putting that in at this stage wouldn't be worth it. We could put a targeting computer on, but I don't think it's worth it. That's too, yeah, I mean it's doable, but nothing special. So we won't make any changes there. The Arctic Cheetah, I don't think really want to make any changes here. It's perfectly good enough. It basically runs around and does stuff. So it does its job really well. Adder, likewise, I don't think we really want to change anything on here. Again, it's basically got maximum armor. It's got the targeting computer already in there, so there's no point adding that. The flamer is built in, so it can't be removed. So there's very little we could do here. The only thing we might be able to do, 7 tons, that is 6 tons. Yeah, so even if we swapped in the AOE PP, if we swapped in the AOE PPC, it wouldn't really help us much. Griffin. So this has an XL engine already. So if we were to give it, I very much suspect if we were to give this ferrofibers, we'd have 1.5 tons to play with. Of course, I need to remember to put it into the armour slot. Yeah, 1.5 tons. Now we could actually do something here. So that is a large laser at 5 tons. So we could actually put that AOE PPC on here. What is the range on this large laser? It's 600. That AOE PPC has a range of 720, so that will give it a longer ranged weapon. It's 30 damage compared to 40 damage, so it's less damage, 18 heat compared to 25 heat, so it's more heat. However, let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's got far more heat sinking capability than it needs anyway, so that isn't an issue at all. Though having said that, what we could do is put that in and put in a clan EL PPC. It gives it more range, substantially more damage. Yeah. If I take that out, put in the clan EL PPC, its damage goes up. It's still fine on the heat, because Alpha Strike is now 66, but it only does, it's got heat sinking of 84. We can actually drop a heat sink because of that as well, can't we? Got far more than it needs. Okay, so it can now jump and fire everything and still not overheat. We've still got 1.5 tons to play with. So, what can we put on that's 1.5 tons? Well, Guardian ECM is always good. Basically gives you missile defense, magnification range, missile range increases. I think we have a winner here. So we put on the Guardian ECM in the centre torso. So now we've upped the damage on the Griffin, increased the range it can do the damage for the for its laser weapon. We've increased its defense against missiles and lets it jam enemy C-cube networks without reducing the armor at all. Only costing us 20 grand, 4 days work. I think that is pretty much a no-brainer. So much so that I'm going to just go and do it. And the cicada is fine, I believe. Yep, it's already got ferrofibrous, it's already got endo steel, it's already got double heatsink kit. We have no need to change anything on this, basically. Beagle probe already built in. There we go. That stays as is. Cool. Okay, so we are ready. We are going to set off to pastures new. When we get there, we're going to have a quick look at what the contracts are. We're not actually going to take one now though, because looking at the time, it's been about 5 hours already. So I'd imagine most of you are probably thinking it's time to give it a break. But there you go, that's the Griffin fixed. We're going to get Bullet Trap back before we get there as well. We're going to have to pay some... Okay, Doctor... So we've got an event. Yeah. There we go. So that's actually quite good. They've both gained a bit of experience. Not going to complain about that. Bullet Trap is back on duty. Striker's High Spirits tag has just expired, but that's the only downside with travelling, is you've got good tags on people, you know, get high spirits, that sort of thing. You find that they go and they expire while you're travelling, so you don't get that much use out of them. Conversely, of course, if you've got low spirits tags, you can just travel somewhere and, oh, they've gone, okay. Distress call, nearby civilian transport. On the other hand, let's go for it. Right. Scoot the survivors, we gain reputation, and we increase morale. Cool. That's 2 good random events we've had on this journey, so that's nothing to complain about. Weakens Federation control. Okay, Merc News. Yes. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the map, because that's going to be another. Oh, yep. Yeah, so I suspect all of these are. No, it's Davian, but survived combat and is under attack by Lao, but it looks like they'll be able to beat that off. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of yep, okay. So I suspect we're probably going to see a whole slew of attack notices. There you go, you see, told you. A whole slew of attack notices appear. Well, 3, but. Okay, so, oh, you see there's a bunch more just scrolling up in the background there, you see? Oh, that's all of those, okay. Right. So, we were at a new place. First of all, let's have a quick look in the hiring hall. Is there anyone we'd like to hire? Not at this stage. Nothing that springs out and says, ooh, really got to hire them. I just realised we should have really looked at engineering and see if we want to do any upgrades to the Argo while we were travelling. Long term we want to get that. In fact, we need to get that really before we can
It'll take a bit, but we'll get it done.
think about bringing in the Orion unless we wanted to get rid of a mech. Ideally, we don't want to. So, we gained some experience on the way, plus we got whatever experience we had after the end of the last. Which is now Bullet Trap. He does battle armor. Okay. So give him target prediction.
Mech warrior training complete.
Capricorn is still injured. Flatline. He is a Scorpion pilot. So
Training complete.
Grandpa, you bounce around like an annoying so-and-so and moan a lot. So give you some piloting. Because you wanted to get more defense. Max, you are Griffin. Yep. Give you more speed.
Mech warrior training complete.
I hear ya.
Revolt is in the invisible target, because Ace Pilot is, like I say, quite good, but Revolt is running around in our Arctic Cheetah doing scouting for us. So being able to move and shoot doesn't really gain us anything. Whereas being harder to be shot back, well, that's good if you're in a squishy mech, which, well, she is. Slapdash is in the Wolverine.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Striker. No, Slapdash is in the Cicada. Striker is in the Wolverine. I believe. I think I got that right, yeah. Trigger.
Why am I in a cockpit? Is this smart? Mech warrior training complete.
Okay, so that's everyone trained. Fine, let's have a quick look in the command center. What missions do we have here? Ooh, lots of missions. Save the proto, that's a escort. Ooh, that could be a fun one to do, but probably towards the end of our time here because it's a 4-skull. Take the bait, 3-skull battle against Outworld, a heavy mech. Aggressive intrusion. I get the feeling this is one of those trap ones where you start right on top of them, if I remember correctly. Blackout, that is very much a random thing. Basically, you have 2 places to go to, but what can happen is very random. Who is it even against? Mercenaries, that's not too bad, but okay, we could face anything. Torians, ambush convoy, Luna against mercenaries. That could be a fun one to do, but that will probably be for next time. Speaking of which, next time is actually going to be in a couple of weeks' time, because I'm on a trip next weekend, so I won't be around. Although the Sunday of next weekend, I will be. There's a video I'll have coming out that will tell you how you can basically edit your starts for Battletech Advanced, so you can start where you like and with whatever mechs you like. If you want to start with a lance of clan assault mechs, well, you can do. Whether or not you'll be able to drop them all is a different matter, but you can at least have them. Your pilots may be a bit naff in them and all that, but yeah, you can do silly things like that if you like. You can even start on a 5-skull world and watch those mechs die extremely quickly as well. But anyway, thanks for joining me today. Hopefully I'll see you in a couple of weeks' time when we're going to be able to continue this journey. And with that, I will say